Chapter 560. Jiangqi was stabbed by Gu Chen's fierce gaze. He was so terrified that his soul started to tremble and he couldn't say a word. Kid, you're still far from it. Moreover, your heart isn't right, and it is unavoidable that you would be controlled by people like Xing Qianxiong. If we hadn't saved you, you would have ended up as a sacrifice. Now, at least you can live and we won't kill you. Although you want to rebel, after all, you are Jiang Gongwang's bloodline. In the future, you can manage Jiang Gongwang's temple. Zhuge said, Mr. Zhuge, this kid has bad intentions, and he will probably cause trouble in the future. His cultivation is at Dao Realm Transformation 15, Heaven Eye Hanging Space, and he has the ability to cause trouble. We can let him live, but his cultivation has to be removed. Gu Qinshan knew what Jiangqi was thinking. He showed his hatred towards calming Celestial Bureau many times. He circulated his palm and suddenly moved. He had already used the Banishing Immortal technique, which directly slapped onto Jiangqi's body, completely crippling all of his martial arts. At that moment, Jiangqi became a normal person. Jiangqi screamed, and he felt really weak. He knew that all his cultivation was gone. During these few days of cultivation, he knew many things. This was the fallen celestial palm of the three heaven venerables. You actually trashed all my cultivation. Calming Celestial Bureau, I am irreconcilable with you. If you don't kill me today, in the future, I will definitely come back and make all of you slaves. Jiangqi couldn't take the pain of losing all his cultivation and screamed out, Send this person out and keep a close eye on him. Make him farm, clean the streets, and do all sorts of things to atone for his crimes. Gu Qinsha waved his hand, and instantly, a general appeared and grabbed Jiangqi. This kid's thoughts can't be changed, and he will probably cause more problems in the future. Zhuge sighed, but at least we have to keep his descendants alive. It is not good to kill them. His crimes are actually death. Gu Qinsha waved his hand dismissively. However, since we're going to take the world-burying coffin, it's all thanks to Jiang Gongwang. Keep a close eye on Jiangqi. In the future, when he marries and has children, his descendants can worship Jiang Gongwang and create a new clan. That's the best way, Zhuge nodded. Cripple this kid's cultivation and lower his ambition. I used the Banishing Immortal Palm to extract his cultivation and 99% of his bloodline. Now, this kid can only marry a wife and have children to continue his bloodline. A talisman with blood-colored runes appeared on Gu Chen's palm. This Jiang Gongwang's bloodline can help us summon the world-burying coffin. Everything is ready. Zhuge waved his hand, and a clump of wool descended. It was a wool formed from black energy streams. It was Xing Qianxiong's nascent spirit. All of the power of the nascent spirit had been absorbed, and it was now like a clump of a ghost. Any cultivator would be able to destroy it. Xing Qianxiong, we won't kill you. What do you want to do with this clump of nascent spirit? I can't believe you tricked me this time. When the ancestor wakes up, he won't let you off. Xing Qianxiong's nascent soul shrieked. It doesn't matter. If the Xing Qiong clan dares to come, we have nothing to fear. Gu Qinsha waved his finger, activating the Divine God Grand Magic. The wish tree spun, and a set of Divine God ferocious armor appeared. He grabbed Xing Qianxiong's nascent soul and slapped it into the armor. Xing Qianxiong, you used to be the Divine God ferocious armor. I'll turn you back into armor, but you're the Divine God ferocious armor. You can live. Go. Gu Qinsha casually tossed Xing Qianxiong out of the sphere and into the depths of the wilderness, leaving him to fend for himself. Xing Qianxiong turned into the God Continent ferocious armor, and his cultivation dropped from God Realm to Dao Realm 9 Transformation Glass J Body Realm. King is really skilled. You didn't kill Xing Qianxiong and used him as bait. You might be able to fish out more of Xing Qiong clan secrets. Zhuge, you said, Xing Qianxiong's dust world and all his businesses have been absorbed by us, so there isn't much use in killing him. Why not use him as bait? I am also using Jiangqi as bait. Jiangqi was discovered by Wu Dangkong, and it is very likely that Wu Dangkong will continue to nurture him. For example, Jing Fanqing has recovered some strength, so in the future, we can harvest him once more. Gu Qinsha said, "Okay, shall we start the summoning now? I've been prepared for this for a long time." Zhuge cast a spell, and an enormous astral altar appeared in the Kiliacosm. "Actually, I don't need Jiang Gongwang's blood to do the summoning. This is the Lord of Seven Stars' own will, and it's far stronger than Jiang Gongwang's. But with Jiang Gongwang's blood, the summoning will be much easier. The Divine Land's demon sealing lantern has imprisoned a large number of devils in the dust world. I will now use the Mahayana people's purification scripture to expel the devil chi from these devils, turning them into humans, cultivators." Gu Qinsha grabbed the Divine Continent devil sealing lantern and watched as Zhuge used it. He floated into the air, and his entire body turned into a golden cloud made of tiny scriptures. Then he entered the Divine Continent devil sealing lantern. As soon as he entered, he saw the state of the dust world. The dust world was barren. Most of it was desert, yellow soil, and completely devoid of life. Occasionally, there would be a few green saplings and lakes, but they were all scattered about. It was similar to how the heavenly demon tree had stolen all of the life force from the common people's wish sphere. At the very least, a good microscopic world would have beautiful scenery suitable for living beings to live in and reproduce. In this way, more and more living beings would appear in it. Then, God would guide them to pray, and the gathered power of faith could expand the world, strengthen it, and form a virtuous cycle. Unfortunately, the Divine Continent devil sealing lantern was a temporary dust world. Xing Qianxiong had created it to house the devils and brainwash them. Before they died, he would squeeze out their faith. How could he possibly run a dust world like this? In fact, he didn't even care if the devils lived or died. After the devils entered the dust world, most of them hadn't reached the Tao realm, so they needed to eat and drink. Even more terrifying was that even Tao realm cultivators who wished to absorb spiritual energy would have to open up the gray space of the dust world. Otherwise, they would be unable to absorb spiritual energy at all. Unless, of course, there was spiritual chi in the minute dust world. It was obvious that the dust world and the Divine Continent devil sealing lantern didn't have spiritual energy. When Gu Qinsha entered, he saw the same hellish scene. Many demons killed each other and ate their companions to maintain the continuation of their lives. There were piles of white bones everywhere, and dirty blood spilled on the yellow sand, turning it into rotten mud. Although these demons had been brainwashed, their instincts were still there. They were completely like walking corpses, and other than eating and drinking to maintain their lives, they could only pray. Although some of the stronger beings were locked up by Xing Qianxiong, they were still struggling and trying to escape. Gu Qinsha even saw a demon dragon who comprehended chaos at the 29 transformation of Tao realm. This demon dragon was nearly at the God realm, but for some reason, he was actually captured by Xing Qianxiong. He was heavily injured and sent into the Divine Continent devil sealing lantern. Apart from that, there were also some demons at the 25 transformation of Undying Body, 26 transformation of All Techniques Return to One, 27 transformation of Two Worlds, and 28 transformation of Vacuum Shattering. These demons all had high statuses in the demon race, but they faced Xing Qianxiong, who had swallowed the Peerless Heaven Book. Originally, even if a deity-level expert were to hunt down 20 or so demons, the experts behind those demons would come out to stop them. However, Xing Qianxiong had the support of the Xing Qiong clan, so some demon gods and demon saints could only turn a blind eye to it. Moreover, the demon region was huge, and some solo experts were like second- and third-rate experts in the Celestial Path sect. If they had no background, then they would be captured and locked up. So many demon race experts. This Xing Qianxiong is really strong, relying on Xing Qiangshi's strength to capture people in the demon region to get the world burial coffin. He isn't afraid that the demon race will join hands to deal with him. But it doesn't matter. Even when God Maha was here, he wasn't Xing Qiangshi's match. The demons are really afraid of the Godland demon sealing lantern. Gu Qinsha observed the situation within and shook his head. So, he backed out and felt like there was no way he could purify them. Firstly, he didn't have enough power. Secondly, some strong demon race existences, even if he strengthened them, would cause a lot of problems in the future. For example, that 29 transformation demon dragon. He probably used the power of the world to brainwash it. If something happened, the demon dragon would still wake up. Unless he had Xing Qianxiong's ability, then he would be able to suppress it. He was just a Dao Realm 23 transformation cultivator. To control such experts was like a kid raising tigers and wolves. It was really dangerous. Instantly, he gave up on his original thoughts. I should just let the wish tree swallow all these demons to evolve. Gu Qinsha sighed. Although it is a waste, we can solve this once and for all. These demons can't compare to celestial path cultivators. Moreover, Xing Qianxiong didn't create this small world. The small world needed to be managed. For example, Gu Qinsha managed the small godland. Spiritual energy flowed, and the land veins were thick. Everyone was happy to cultivate, plant, and convert living beings. This formed a good cycle. As for the dust world of the divine land's demon sealing lamp, it was a complete mess that was difficult to change. Gudusha could change it, but it would take too much power. Time did not allow him to do so, so it was better to let the tree of desire absorb it once and for all. He tossed the lantern, and the wish tree's branches pierced through the small world and started to absorb the demons within. Slowly, the lantern was totally absorbed. Kacha Kacha. Chapter 561. It could be said that Xing Qianxiong had sacrificed all his treasures. He had worked hard to capture demons in the demonic realm. He had spent a lot of time and energy before finally using the Divine Land Demon Sealing Lantern to seal a large number of demons. There were powerful existences among these demons that ordinary God-rank experts would find difficult to capture. From this, it could be seen that Xing Qianxiong relied on the power of the Xingqiong clan to run rampant in the demonic realm. Now that Gu Qinsha had absorbed the entire Divine Land Demon Sealing Lantern, he felt that demons could not be enlightened. He might as well get it over with once and for all. Although it was a pity, there was no other way. The Tree of Wishes was very direct. It wrapped around the Divine Land Demon Sealing Lantern and crushed it. With a crack, the world collapsed, and everything within it turned into nothingness. Under the crushing of the minor Kiliacosm, the demon experts within could not escape death. Huge amounts of life essence and souls were absorbed. This was the first time that the Tree of Wishes had absorbed so many demons. The Tree of Wishes was originally a seed of a blood-sucking demon vine. After being stimulated by Gu Qinsha, it took root in the bottomless sea of sin and absorbed countless demons. Finally, it turned into a rainbow demon vine, then the touch of the demon god, and finally, it was refined into a heavenly demon tree. Then, under the control of Zhuge and the baptism of Gu Qinsha's heavenly Tao technique day and night, the heavenly demon tree absorbed countless primordial treasures and artifacts, and finally, it became a Tree of Wishes. Now that the Tree of Wishes had absorbed all of Xing Qianxiong's power, the God of Wishes was born and matured. It began to absorb these demons and immediately began a new transformation. The light on the entire Tree of Wishes converged and became an ordinary tree. It had returned to its original state. However, within the Tree of Wishes, there seemed to be layers of spatial faults. Inside the tree, it began to produce the power of the world at a crazy rate, brewing many tiny worlds. The Hongmeng tree itself could give birth to many worlds. Now that the Tree of Wishes had devoured so many demons, it began to take on the characteristics of the Hongmeng tree. Good. This tree can be considered a hub that stabilizes the foundation. With this tree as a supplement, the Life's Wish sphere will be much stronger than a minor world of the same level. Gu Qinsha felt gratified as he watched the changes to the Tree of Desire. Whether it was the heavenly demon tree or the Tree of Hope, they were both supreme treasures that could suppress worlds and strengthen space and time. If one planted this tree in their own world, it would have a power dozens of times stronger than other worlds. By the time the Tree of Desire absorbed the divine continent devil sealing lamp and all the devils, it would evolve again. At the same time, Zhuge had already set up the altar. This altar was extremely large, with a circumference of several hundred Li stars revolved around it, forming a 7-star alignment. Countless star powers, Upanishads, appeared on the altar as if they were summoning something from the ancient times. At this time, Zhuge walked around the altar barefoot, sword in hand, stepping on the shadows of countless stars. All of a sudden, the power of the world within the minor world surged like a raging tide. Countless power of the world slashed through the space-time turbulence, forming a passageway. Then, Gu Chansha discovered that at the end of the passageway, there was a vague fog. It was unknown how vast it was. That was the fog of space-time. Within the mist, there was a coffin that had countless chains wrapped around it, continuously moving about. That coffin was enormous like a mountain, and its surface was densely covered in runes. It was ancient and full of the vicissitudes of time, giving off an aura that could bury the heavens. This was the world-burying coffin. Zhuge activated the altar's technique to strengthen the connection, but he didn't summon it. Gu Qinsha could feel that summoning this coffin required a huge amount of power. It was possible that the minor world's reserves would be sucked dry. Big Dipper transposition. At this time, Zhuge activated the technique again. Countless star powers descended, continuously condensing into a large array on the altar. Gold medallion. With a point of his finger, he placed the regal propria token into the array. Then, he bowed before starting to set up the array. Mr. Zhuge, this isn't a summoning array. It's a Big Dipper shift formation. Could it be? Gu Qinsha saw through some mysteries. That's right, Zhuge said. Actually, summoning the world-burying coffin requires a huge amount of energy. It's also too big of commotion, and other forces might take advantage of it. It's better to bide our time and wait for an opportunity. When the demons and the Crimson Firmament sect attack us, I'll take the risk and open up the minor world. I'll let the boundless bombardment of energy enter the array and help us summon the world-burying coffin. This is where the mysteries of the Big Dipper shift formation lie. This plan is extremely sinister. Gu Qinsha frowned and said, Firstly, if we open up the minor world and let it receive so many attacks, once we lose control, it will be destroyed from the inside. That would be like Xing Qian Xiong letting a wolf into the house and letting me refine it from the inside. Secondly, I'm afraid we don't have the ability to convert this energy. Thirdly, the moment we open up the minor world, we will let those with ulterior motives see our true trump card. I'm afraid we won't be able to withstand the next attack and will directly collapse. At that time, I'm afraid we'll die without a burial. Your Highness's consideration is not bad. However, we seek riches in danger. This is the biggest gamble. Of course, we can't do it now, but if you can get the primordial desolate dragon sect, talisman from the martial emperor, then I'll be 90% confident. Zhuge Ye's eyes shone brightly. Do you remember that you used the dragon transformation tower to form the dragon gate? The dragon gate can absorb all Xiantian earth energy and turn it into dragon nurturing energy. This was why you were able to use the dragon gate to kill the lightning beast king when you were only at the Dao Rel transformation 6. You became famous and shocked the world. From this, one can see that even a small dragon gate can absorb earth energy, much less the true primordial dragon gate. That's true, Gu Qinsha said. That day in a martial Saint Grotto heaven, the martial emperor activated the primordial dragon gate talisman and actually suppressed the divine God Prefecture 10,000 ominous armor. It even suppressed the strength of the martial Saint Grotto heaven itself. If not for Xing Qiong descending and activating the divine God Prefecture technique, the martial Saint Grotto heaven would have been taken away by the martial Saint Grotto heaven. I personally saw the strength of the talisman. The martial emperor's biggest treasure was the talisman. Zhuge said, back then, he went around creating dragon transformation pagodas and worshipped the primitive dragon gate. He actually succeeded in being summoned by the primitive dragon gate and obtained the dragon-raising mantra and that talisman, as well as many other benefits. Unfortunately, he didn't know the Dragon Creation Heart technique, and it was impossible for him to get the Saint Dragon Heart technique. As such, he couldn't activate the true strength of the talisman. If we get the talisman now, we will be able to display even more strength than in the hands of the Martial Emperor. Of course, it would be best if we could get the Saint Dragon energy in Gu Tanjian's gourd and use the Heaven Path technique to nourish the talisman. At that time, no matter how strong their attacks are, we can turn them into our motivation. Not only will we obtain the World Burial Coffin, but we will also be able to make the demon race and celestial path suffer. And the most important thing is the talisman. Without it, we will still be in great danger. Aside from the demon race and celestial path, there are many other factions eyeing us covetously. For example, the three heavenly venerables, the Great Spirit God, the Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor, the Dharma Saint, the Immortal Master, and many other powerful but unknown existences. I must succeed in this. Gu Qinsha had completely understood Zhuge Ye's plan. To set up the shifting flower grafting tree and the shifting star formation, he had to rely on the primeval Dragon Gate talisman to ensure that nothing would go wrong. Unfortunately, we can't unleash the true power of the medallion. Up until now, we have only discovered some of its simplest mysteries. Zhuge Ye looked at the regal propria medallion that was suppressing the formation and said, if we could truly understand the Emperor and unleash the power of this medallion, then we wouldn't even need the Dragon Sex talisman. Unfortunately, the Emperor's medallion is too mysterious. Holding it is like holding a divine artifact for normal cultivators. There's basically no way we can activate it. Perhaps Imperial Father is nurturing us. Gu Qinsha said, Father doesn't want to use all his power to suppress all of this. He needs me to help. Father hasn't actually disappeared. He might be watching our performance from high up in the sky. That's also possible. Zhuge Ye said, at least for now, our Department of Calming Immortals is doing very well. I will find an opportunity to get close to the Martial Emperor and obtain his talisman. Although the Martial Emperor's cultivation is strong, he is also an anomaly. But now that we have fattened Xing Qianxiong and swallowed him, the Tree of Wishes has become the God of Wishes. If the Martial Emperor isn't careful, he can suppress him. This Martial Emperor is ambitious and is a great threat to the world. Furthermore, he is an anomaly. When he makes a comeback, his cultivation will increase extremely quickly. Once he reaches the 36 transformations, the speed at which he can condense a lesser thousand world will be very fast. Gu Qinsha was still very worried about the Martial Emperor. In his opinion, Gu Tanjian, Wu Dankong, Gu Xiansha, Do 19, and even the Black Heaven Earthgate and Crimson Firmament Gate were all just SOSO. Only the Martial Emperor posed the greatest threat to the world. Firstly, this Martial Emperor was an anomaly. When he made a comeback, he was extremely powerful. Secondly, this Martial Emperor had once been an emperor, unified the world, established a huge court, and fought against the barbarian race. He had the experience of managing an emperor. Therefore, Gu Qinsha had to find a way to weaken the Martial Emperor's power. It would be best if he could imprison the Martial Emperor and devour him like Xing Qianxiong to eliminate the hidden danger. For the peace of the world and the prosperity of the people, Gu Qinsha could do all kinds of ruthless things. Whoosh! He made a few transformations and headed for the Martial Province. He was going to find an opportunity to sneak into the Martial Saint's abode and attack the Martial Emperor again. Chapter 562. Back then, when Gu Qinsha used the all-encompassing shattering rod to fight the peerless heavenly book with the power of the life's wish sphere, the sphere had yet to evolve into a minor kiliocosm. But now, not only had the sphere evolved into a minor kiliocosm, but the Tree of Desire had also absorbed the fattened Xing Qianxiong, which was equivalent to absorbing the peerless heavenly book as well. Not only did the deity of desire evolve into a mature form, it even absorbed the vast amount of demons from the Divine Land's demon sealing lantern. Compared to before, it was worlds apart. As long as the deity of desire on the Tree of Desire matured and breathed at will, it could completely activate the all-encompassing shattering rod. Therefore, even if he faced a martial emperor, Gu Chunsha had a way to capture him. Of course, it was best not to face him head-on. It was best to use a scheme to steal the primeval Dragon Gate's talisman. If it were anyone else, this idea would simply be wishful thinking. But Gu Chunsha had the cultivation of the heavenly Tao technique and was also proficient in the dragon nurturing cultivation technique and dragon creation cultivation technique. Furthermore, he had helped Jin Suibo raise his talent to the innate sage realm and used the heavenly Tao technique to infuse the chi of the sacred dragon into him. In terms of activating the primeval Dragon Gate's talisman, he had an advantage over martial emperors. These were the foundations for him to obtain the talisman. Soon, he arrived at the martial province. The 5 mountains, Taiwu Mountain, Yuanwu Mountain, True Martial Mountain, Yangwu Mountain, and Martial Transformation Mountain, were like a palm, standing tall in the center of the martial province. They had a majestic aura, as if they wanted to absorb everything from the heavens. They represented absolute martial power. But in Gu Chinch's view, the luck of the Wu clan had greatly decreased. It was almost at its weakest level in history. His gaze could pierce through the void, and he could see the situation of a martial sage's paradise in the space-time near the 5 mountains of the legalism. The appearance of the martial sage's paradise was also like a closed fist. It was originally filled with power and could break through the heavens, opening an ancient path in space-time. But now, the martial saint's paradise had been split into 3, and their powers were not in harmony. They were doing things their own way, and there was a faint enmity between them, each wanting to devour the other. This led to endless internal strife. Not only did the luck of the martial saint's paradise plummeted, but the people's hearts were also scattered. At least, many of the Wu clan's disciples and elders knew that the martial saint's cave was controlled by 3 forces. The first was King Wu Yu, the second was Martial Emperor, and the third was Wu Dankong. So, who did the disciples and elders listen to? Without a unified backbone, it would lead to chaos in management. Once the people's hearts were scattered, their karmic luck would also disperse. The Wu clan's great situation was destroyed in a single day. Even if a martial sage were to come back to life, it would be useless. This was because a martial emperor was an anomaly. Given time, he felt that his cultivation would definitely surpass that of a martial saint. How could he be willing to listen to a martial saint? Furthermore, Wu Dankong had obtained the support of the Xing Qiong clan and the heavenly sacrifice decree. She thought that she was the chosen of the heavens. Even the Dharma saint had to work under her, so how could she be willing to listen to the Dharma saint? It would be best if the Wu clan completely fell and the martial saint's paradise was absorbed by me. That would be perfect. The Wu clan's disciples would be scattered and wouldn't be able to gather again. In the future, they are not allowed to worship the martial saint in private. Instead, they will be given to the country as a public sacrifice. Gu Qinsha wasn't in a hurry to enter the martial saint's paradise. Instead, he was observing the luck of the martial saint and calculating. In his opinion, even if the commoners worshipped the martial saint, there would be great disadvantages. After a long period of worship, the martial saint would show himself and consolidate the clan. Everyone would have their own plans, and it would be extremely disadvantageous to the imperial court. However, the martial saints had made great contributions to the human race. Even Gu Chunsha couldn't help but admit that the martial saints had created many secret arts for the cultivation of the human race. However, for those with great merits, it was natural for them to worship them. Therefore, the right to worship had to be taken back. Private sacrifices were not allowed, and only the imperial court was allowed to hold public sacrifices. If I can survive this tribulation of the Celestial Tranquility Department, I will abolish the aristocratic families and carry out reforms. After that, I will build a temple of 10,000 saints and record all the meritorious people in the temple. The country will hold public sacrifices, but the commoners are not allowed to worship privately. This way, the world will be at peace, ghosts and gods will be cleansed, and there will be eternal peace. Gu Chensha naturally had his own ideas for governing the country. After observing for a while, Gu Chensha saw the gaps between the Martial Saints' Paradise's operations. He changed slightly, and his aura became exactly the same as the Martial Saints' Paradise's aura. Then, he snuck into the paradise. With Wu Dangxing's identity, he could move freely in the depths of the paradise. This was given to him by King Wu Yu. However, when a Martial Saints' Paradise was separated, all the treasures were lost. King Wu Dangxing was suspected to be the culprit. Therefore, King Wu Dangxing was stripped of his right to enter. Fortunately, Gu Chensha was extremely familiar with the Martial Saints' Paradise and understood the changes within. Moreover, the management of this minor kiliocosm was in a mess now. Martial monarchs like Wu Dangkong couldn't truly control 1/3 of the paradise. This was because the Martial Saint left something behind. After all, the Martial Saint's paradise was created by the Martial Saint. It was also a means for him to plan for thousands of years. Otherwise, if there was no one to worship it, he would have sunk into oblivion. It would have been impossible for him to manifest his spirit. In other words, the Martial Saint's paradise contained the Martial Saint's primordial spiritual energy. It was extremely difficult for a martial monarch to refine it. Whether it was King Wu Yu's group of 9 martial monarchs or Wu Dangkong, they only had the right to use the Martial Saint's paradise. They didn't have the right to own it. They could borrow the Martial Saint's paradise's power to do things, attack enemies, and defend. However, it was impossible for them to refine the paradise for their own cultivation. This way, the Martial Saint's paradise's loophole would be even bigger. It would be even more convenient for Gu Chensha to use the heavenly law art to conceal himself. The Wu clan's decline would be easy to disintegrate. However, it would be very difficult for the legalism school. Now that the Dharma Saint had revived, the legalism school would soon become a medium-class realm. At that time, it would be a great threat to the imperial court. Moreover, the Dharma Saint Spirit Demon Project was a grand plan to exterminate the human race and overthrow the imperial court. I wonder if there is any way to disintegrate the legalism school. Gu Chensha looked at the Wu clan and thought of the legalism school. The legalism school was the hardest bone to chew. If he could chew it, it would truly be smooth sailing. Right now, I should obtain the primeval desolate dragon's gate's talisman and survive this tribulation. Gu Chensha executed the heavenly law art and searched for the loophole in the Martial Saint's paradise. Then, he entered the paradise. The depths of the paradise were indeed clearly divided into 3 regions. Each region was separated by a spatial crystal barrier, and they did not invade each other. Gu Chensha immediately found the region where the Martial Emperor was and sneaked in. If this Martial Saint's paradise was the Martial Emperor's own life-minute world, it would be almost impossible for Gu Chensha to sneak in. Even if it was Xing Qianxiong's minute world, Gu Chensha would have to execute a scheme to lure the wolf into the house. This Martial Saint's paradise was not the Martial Emperor's own. The difference in compatibility was too great. Moreover, there were restrictions from Wu Dangkong and King Wu Yu's group of 9. The security was greatly reduced. Gu Chensha transformed and concealed himself. Using the minor kiliocosm's various profundities, he had already entered the Martial Emperor's region. He saw that the Martial Emperor was actually cultivating. In this region of the Martial Saint's paradise, the Martial Emperor did not execute any methods to strengthen the paradise's might. In his opinion, the gains did not make up for the losses. If he had the energy and effort, he might as well condense his own minute world. The Martial Emperor built an altar in this region and cultivated a secret technique. He breathed in and out. A pagoda floated above his head. This pagoda was densely covered with runes and words. There were also rolling and scattering in the space world. It was clearly the appearance of the Dragon Transformation Pagoda. This is the Martial Emperor's minute world. Gu Chensha could see that the Martial Emperor also wanted to turn his minute world into a minor kiliocosm. Originally, the Martial Emperor had turned his minute world into a minor kiliocosm with the peak of the 36 transformations. His cultivation of free-form embodiment and the might of the martial emperor dynasty. But after he fell, the minor chiliocosm was also destroyed. Later, with the help of Gu Chencha's bloodline, he quickly cultivated to the god realm and wanted to condense his minute world again. Unfortunately, although the martial emperor had comprehended the divergent, he had to start all over again. He did not have the dignity of the emperor who unified the divine continent, nor did he have the countless treasures of the past. It was almost impossible to cultivate the minute world into a minor chiliocosm in a short period of time. It should be known that even the 72 mystical gates of the immortal Tao and the world of sages required several gods to work together to develop disciples and worship. It would take generations and thousands of years for the transformation to be successful. How could the martial emperor do it in such a hurry? The primeval dragon sex talisman is suppressing this minute world. This is not easy. Gu Qinsha saw the martial emperor's minute world. In the depths of the pagoda, there was a talisman suppressing the world. It was the talisman he had used last time. However, this talisman did not seem to have much power. The martial emperor was using the dragon cultivation method to cultivate dragon chi and infusing it into the talisman. He could only use it when it was full. This is a good chance. When I used the talisman last time, it used up all the power it had accumulated. Now, the martial emperor can no longer use it. This is one of the disadvantages of the martial emperor. If he can learn the dragon cultivation method, it will be much easier to use this talisman. It might even be several times more powerful. Gu Qinsha observed for a long time. He was not anxious. Although he had sneaked into the martial saint's paradise, it was because the paradise had a huge loophole. If he wanted to sneak into the martial emperor's minute world, it would be very difficult unless the martial emperor followed Xing Qianxiong and let a wolf into his house. Looks like I have to find a chance to use a trick and let the martial emperor absorb me into the minute world. Gu Qinsha thought. He was waiting for a chance. Chapter 563. The martial emperor desperately wants the dragon creation cultivation method. It's a pity that Do 19 won't cooperate with him. Back then, the martial emperor and I failed to capture Do 19. We've already become enemies. When Gu Qinsha saw the martial emperor's state, he knew that the martial emperor was determined to obtain the dragon creation cultivation method. If he wanted to get the technique, he had to find Do 19 and force him to tell him. Unfortunately, Do 19 had suffered a great loss at the calming deity department and was hiding somewhere. Second was to find the calming deity department. Emperor Wu and the department were enemies. Emperor Wu was thinking. His target was naturally the calming deity department. Do 19 had 3 heavenly venerables behind him and was not someone to be trifled with. Wudong Xian, come in. Emperor Wu thought for a moment and suddenly grabbed. The space split open and a person came out. It was Wudong Xian, an elite of a younger generation of the Wu clan who did not get along with Wudong Xing. Subject Wudong Xian greets your majesty. Long live your majesty. After Wudong Xian came in, he kowtowed 3 times and 9 times as if he was really greeting the emperor. Rise. Emperor Wu waved his hand. How is your cultivation of the myriad martial dragon capturing art? Subject has been cultivating day and night. Recently, my power has increased greatly. Wudong Xian stood up and said respectfully, Very good. Very well. As long as you work for me, I will definitely not mistreat you. Moreover, I am also a member of the Wu clan, and we are of the same branch. After I unify the divine prefecture and rebuild the great Wu dynasty, you will be the founding hero, and you will definitely be rewarded. I will also bring the heaven sacrificial talisman and confer you the title of true god. Besides, I have also obtained the support of the untainted dragon sect. In the future, with the heaven sacrificial talisman and the untainted dragon sect, I will definitely become the first great emperor in history, surpassing the ancient emperor and becoming the celestial emperor. I am not the son of heaven. I am the heaven, the emperor of heaven. Emperor Wu's voice was majestic. Subject will obey. Wudong Xian didn't dare to move. I have something for you to do. Can you do it? Emperor Wu asked. I will go through fire and water. Naturally, Wudong Xian did not mean what he said, but he had no other choice. Martial emperors were unfathomable and temperamental. Accompanying a ruler was like accompanying a tiger. There was nothing he could do. Now, I want you to use the ruse of injuring yourself to gain the confidence of the enemy and join the tranquil immortal department to obtain the dragon creation mantra. Then, you'll give it to me. Can you do it? Martial Emperor ordered. This. Wudong Xian was shocked. Your Imperial Majesty, please spare me. No matter what I do, I won't be able to fool the Lord of 7 Stars, Zhuge. It's not that I'm afraid of death. It's just that I can't complete this mission and lose my life for nothing. So, you're disobeying the Emperor's order? The martial Emperor snorted, his killing intent already appearing. Your Majesty, please spare my life. Wudong Xian was so frightened that he hurriedly knelt down again, his soul almost leaving his body. I'm very disappointed in your attitude. I heard that you and Wudong Xing don't get along. You've been fighting openly and covertly for years, but you're no match for him now. His schemes are profound, and even I was fooled by him. He's already obtained all of the Wu family's treasures, and he's even joined a powerful entity. His cultivation base is advancing at a rapid pace. The martial emperor retracted his killing intent. This was a time when he needed people. Of course, he wouldn't kill Wudong Xian. How can you compare to Wudong Xing in your current state? He can crush you to death with just one finger. Your Imperial Majesty, I am willing to take the risk and obtain the secret to the dragon creation mantra for you. Wudong Xian suddenly seemed to be in high spirits. Very good. It seems that your hatred has been aroused, and you want to kill Wudong Xing, said the martial emperor. If that's the case, then I have no choice but to fulfill your wish. Do you have any requests? I can satisfy any of them. I hope your Imperial Majesty will teach me the dragon cultivation mantra, Wudong Xian said. Wudong Xian said, right now the great calamity is about to arrive. It is also the time when the vast ocean is flowing, when heroes come forth in large numbers. Subject will definitely fight for your majesty to conquer the world. Very well. The martial emperor said, not only will I teach you the dragon cultivation mantra, but I will also modify your body so that you can cultivate the dragon martial true form that I have painstakingly cultivated. Thank you, your Imperial Majesty. Wudong Xian seemed to have changed into a different person. Dust World. The martial emperor sneered. A dust world in the shape of the dragon transformation tower appeared above his head again and sucked Wudong Xian into it. Then he spread his arms. Suddenly, a portion of the martial saint's paradise's power surged, and a portion of it entered his dust world. He was using the martial saint's paradise's power to create his own confidence. Inside his dust world, Wudong Xian was enveloped by the power of the world. Then, the power of the world turned into scriptures and seeped into Wudong Xian's body to modify his life essence. Ha! Gu Qinsha almost laughed out loud in his heart. Looks like our Jingxian arbiter should not die. The martial emperor wants to train Wudong Xian? That's like Xing Qianxiong inviting a wolf into the house. However, this martial emperor definitely does not want to train Wudong Xian. He wants to completely control this person and set up all kinds of restrictive spells in this person's body. The martial emperor could not trust anyone. Moreover, he had been tricked by Gu Qinsha's Wudong Xing. How could he trust Wudong Xian? At this time, Gu Qinsha was already residing in the depths of Wudong Xian's Qi Si Dan Tian, just like how he dealt with Xing Qianxiong. The martial monarch activated his cultivation to cleanse Wudong's sect first. His essence would be sucked away. In such a situation, the martial monarch's world would be sucked clean. Moreover, Gu Qinsha could take the opportunity to obtain the talisman of the chaotic dragon sect and suppress the martial monarch like Xing Qianxiong. He could also absorb the essence of the martial saint's paradise at the same time. The common people's wish sphere was now stronger than the martial saint's paradise. Moreover, the martial saint's paradise was divided into 3, and its power was not condensed. Even if it was a head-on clash, Gu Qinsha had absolute confidence that he could control the sphere and destroy the Wu clan. Of course, The martial emperor was stronger than Xing Qinxiong. However, after Gu Chansha absorbed Xing Qinxiong, the sphere's power condensed into the deity of wishes and became even stronger. Dragon Martial True Body. The martial emperor placed Wudong Xian into his own dust world and helped him cultivate a secret art that he had created. It was a secret art that combined the Wu clan's divine arts and the dragon cultivation art. A large amount of the world's energy surged into Wudong Xian's body, trying to transform him. Wudong Xian is not reliable. This time, I will use the dragon martial primordial spirit to completely control your soul and everything else. If you betray me, I will be able to turn you into a puppet, a walking corpse. The martial emperor sneered. Rumble. At this time, a bloodline seed was born in the depths of Wudong Xian's Qi Si. This seed was the transformation of Gu Chencha's Heaven's Law. While Wudong Xian was conversing with the martial emperor, Gu Chansha had already used the Heaven's Law and possessed Wudong Xian's body. Gu Chencha's Heaven's Law was too profound for words. With his current cultivation level, he could not possess the martial emperor's body, but he could possess Wudong Xian without the martial emperor noticing anything. The bloodline seed had the experience of absorbing Xing Qianxiong's world's energy, so Gu Chensha was very familiar with the process. The moment the martial emperor used the world's energy, Gu Chansha absorbed all the world's energy that had entered Wudong Xian's body. The martial emperor noticed something strange. He saw a wriggling bloodline seed in the depths of Wudong Xian's Qi Si. He had no idea what it was, but it looked like a treasure, a talisman, and a pill. Wudong Xian, what is that inside your body? Your Majesty, I don't know either. Wudong Xian had no idea that something like this would happen to his body. But as he spoke, Gu Chencha's Heaven's Law cultivation had already been secretly activated. In an instant, he had control over various parts of his body. He then put his hands together, and a strong suction force was emitted from his body. Many tentacles spread out from his body and took root in the martial emperor's dust world and began to forcibly absorb the world's energy. When he was fighting Xing Qianxiong, Gu Chensha still had to deal with him carefully. In the end, he got him trapped and unable to extricate himself, and then absorbed all of his dust world in one go. But now, Gu Chensha did not have to go through so much trouble. The Tree of Wishes had already given birth to the God of Wishes, and compared to when he was fighting Xing Qianxiong, it was a world of difference. So, Gu Chansha decided to end the battle quickly, just like when Xing Qianshi used the Divine God's Law 100 stages. He used Wudong Xian's body as a foundation, and released the tentacles of the Tree of Wishes to absorb the dust world in a frenzy. In just an instant, the martial emperor's dust world had shrunk by half, and even the martial emperor's own strength had begun to flow away. What exactly is it? The martial emperor did not even know what was happening. He saw tentacles appear on Wudong Xian's body, and these tentacles directly took root in his dust world and began to absorb the power of his life world. Ha ha ha! At this moment, Wudong Xian laughed. This technique is called the Divine God's Law, and it is a secret technique of the Xing Qianshi. Martial Emperor, I have long since pledged allegiance to concubine Ming. The great calamity is coming. In a few days, the demon disaster will erupt. This martial saint's paradise and the Wu clan cannot be torn apart. So the concubine intentionally sent me to get close to you to clean up the mess. At the most crucial moment, Gu Chansha even made a false accusation, pushing the blame onto Wu Dankong. He was very meticulous and did not leave any loopholes. Bang! World annihilate. At the most crucial moment, the martial emperor used an unknown secret technique, and his dust world suddenly collapsed, exploding. As expected of an ancient hero, at the most crucial moment, he did not hesitate to give up his dust world and explode it. If Xing Qianxiong had been as decisive as the martial emperor, he might have had a chance to escape. At the instant the world collapsed, Gu Chansha used the power of his minor kiliacosm and directly swallowed it. As for the talismans left behind by the great desolate dragon sect in the dust world, They also entered the minor chiliocosm. However, at this moment, the martial emperor had already escaped, leaving the martial saint's paradise, and no one knew where he went. Chapter 564. This time, Gu Chansha had infiltrated Wudong Xian's body and used the opportunity of martial emperor entering the microscopic world to refine himself. He had wanted to kill martial emperor in one move. However, he had not expected martial emperor to react so quickly. He had immediately cut off his hand to survive, giving up on the microscopic world he had painstakingly refined. He even self-detonated to buy himself some time and fled without a trace. The microscopic world could be said to be the foundation of a deity. Once it was lost, the deity would suffer a significant loss. His strength would be reduced by at least half. Ever since Martial Emperor became a deity, he had started to create his own microscopic world. He had spent a lot of effort to obtain many treasures in the world and slowly fuse them. Guqin Sha could not help but admire this kind of ruthlessness, especially since this microscopic world contained the talisman left behind by the great desolate Ian's Dragon's Gate. This time, Gu Chinch's original intention was to capture Martial Emperor in one move and obtain a third of the Martial Saint's paradise. After that, he planned to devour the entire paradise. However, Martial Emperor had fled. This would be somewhat difficult. Since Wudong Xian is here, I will control this person and make him my clone. He will guard this place and use the Heavenly Fiend World seizing technique to slowly infiltrate this place. However, the Heavenly Fiend World seizing technique will take at least 3 to 5 years, at most 30 to 50 years. Gu Qinsha sighed and said, "If I capture Martial Emperor this time, I can succeed in 3 to 5 days." The Heavenly Fiend World seizing technique required one to cultivate the formless Heavenly Fiend while after cultivating the Heavenly Fiend Tree. It would infiltrate the world's crystal walls and spread like a virus. When the corrosion was almost complete, it would activate in one move and absorb the entire world. However, this was not a microscopic world, but a minor chiliocosm. The Martial Saint's paradise was not as easy to seize as a microscopic world. Even though it was only a third of the world, it still had the ability to operate. Therefore, Gu Chansha had to slowly operate this technique for another 3 to 5 years. Fortunately, he had already accomplished what he wanted to do. He had obtained the great desolate Ian's Dragon's Gate talisman. After setting up Wudong Xian's body, he would slowly operate it here. If something happened and someone spied on the Martial Saint's paradise, causing a commotion like the last time, Gu Chansha would have the opportunity to seize it in one move. He had already taken advantage of her twice. The first time was when the Dharma Saint returned, and the Great Spirit God and the Sorcerer Ancestor worked together to attack, causing the entire Law Realm to be in chaos. He once stole 6 primordial treasures and all the accumulated world power of the Law Realm. The second time was when the Wu clan was in chaos and the Xing Qiong clan attacked. He also stole all the treasures and almost 30% of the Martial Saint's Grotto Heaven savings. He directly turned the common life's wish into a small chiliocosm. Otherwise, how could it have been so easy? Whoosh! He left the seed of power in Wudong Xian's body, then sat down cross-legged and began to use the Heavenly Demon World seizing technique to slowly seep into him. That way, he would be able to work on it for a long time. Once they captured the Martial Emperor, they would quickly activate this plan. Before he knew it, Gu Chansha had returned to the interior of the sphere of life's wish. At this moment, a talisman appeared on Zhuge Ye's altar. This talisman was the great desolate Ian's Dragon's talisman that the Martial Emperor had used back then. This talisman was constantly changing, and it was restless. It wanted to break through all the barriers and fly away. However, Zhuge Ye seemed to be prepared for this. He used the token of regal propria to suppress this talisman, preventing it from changing, and even preventing it from communicating with the outside world. Royal Father's token can suppress this talisman? Gu Qinsha found it a little refreshing. Of course, the might of the Emperor is not something that the great desolate Ian's Dragon's wish can compare to. Furthermore, This is a talisman that was born from the great desolate Ian's dragon's wish. Zhuge said, however, we cannot activate the true might of the token, but this great desolate Ian's dragon's talisman can. Your Highness, quickly refine this talisman and erase the martial emperor's imprint in it. Then, fuse it into the tree of wishes. This way, even the great desolate Ian's dragon's wish tree will not be able to cause trouble. This talisman can be refined? Gu Qinsha asked. If it can be refined, why didn't the martial emperor refine it? Back then, the martial emperor cultivated the 36 transformations. His embodiment transformation realm is many times higher than ours. Firstly, the martial emperor does not know the dragon creation mental cultivation method. Secondly, he does not have the heavenly Tao. Actually, with the great changes in the world, the heaven sacrifice decree can be refined in the future. What more a talisman from the great desolate Ian's dragon's sacrifice decree? The three heavenly venerates are already planning to snatch the primordial tree. The primordial tree is an even stronger existence than the great desolate Ian's dragon sacrifice decree, Zhuge said. That's true. The heaven sacrifice decree is similar to the great desolate Ian's dragon sacrifice decree. I cannot even refine this talisman left behind by the great desolate Ian's dragon sacrifice decree. How can I do all these things in the future? Gu Qinsha said, since that's the case, I'll start the sacrificial refinement. My real body will stay here and create a clone. I'll obtain a gourd of holy dragon qi from Gu Zhanjian. Gu Tanjian has the 100 treasures immortal river set up by His Highness. There is no rush. Even if the demon calamity erupts, we can still obtain it. Zhuge let out a long sigh. Once we obtain the primordial dragon sex talisman, as long as we refine it, the Big Dipper transposition formation will be foolproof. At that time, we will obtain the world-burying coffin, and the situation will be stabilized. However, I'm afraid it will still be impossible to repel the demon calamity. In this situation, we can only survive. The world will still be in turmoil. From now on, the world will be in chaos. The people will be plunged into misery and suffering. I wonder how many people will be crowned emperors and kings. Gu Qinsha's eyes were filled with compassion. He knew that things had gone very smoothly this time. He had actually managed to defeat a martial emperor and obtain the talisman left behind by the primordial dragon sect. When the time came, he could use the talisman to block the attacks of the demons and the immortal Tao. From there, he could use those attacks to summon the world-burying coffin and obtain the huge treasure left behind by the ancient Lord of Seven Stars. If these treasures were fused into the sphere, then there would be a great chance that the sphere would be able to absorb more strength in the battle with the demons and transform it into a dimensional realm, stabilizing the situation. But wanting to thoroughly kill the demons was still impossible. The world was about to descend into a long and drawn-out war. The confrontation between the spirit and the demons was about to begin. The people of the world would lose their peaceful days, and a reign of terror would engulf the divine land. However, Gu Qinsha was confident that as long as the calm immortal bureau still existed, and he didn't die, the Yonko still had hope. It was even possible that the Yonko would be baptized in blood and fire and become supreme hegemony. However, there was a huge conflict within the Yonko, and they were not united. Each aristocratic family had their own ulterior motives. The legalism school even cooperated with the demons. As soon as the demon calamity broke out, the legalism school might even start a rebellion. Even if Gu Qinsha and the calm immortal bureau cultivated a dimensional realm, they wouldn't be able to do anything to the Dharma saint. Tough days were about to come. However, Gu Qinsha and the people of the calm immortal bureau were already prepared for battle. The heavenly Tao sinks, baptizes the glory. Gu Qinsha sat down cross-legged, and his body erupted with light that surged into the talisman. The moment the talisman was infused with the power of the heavenly Tao, it immediately erupted. An incomparable frenzy seemed to want to sweep through the entire dimensional realm. However, The moment this power erupted, the first to bear the brunt was regal Propria's golden plate. This golden plate moved slightly, and a boundless power faintly seeped out from it, causing the remnant will of the desolate dragon sect to feel extreme fear. Thinking about it, the heavenly talisman Great Emperor only wrote 4 words: "Man conquers the heavens," and it completely distorted the heavenly sacrificial talisman decree, let alone the golden plate of regal Propria. From the meaning of the words on the golden plate, holding this golden plate was equivalent to the arrival of the heavenly talisman Great Emperor. Even the desolate dragon sect itself was afraid, let alone a talisman. After restraining the power, Gu Chunsha immediately felt the aura of mountains, seas, hells, emptiness, and heavens contained within this talisman. These auras converged, and within his will, a towering, desolate dragon sect that stood in the depths of billions of space-time appeared. It didn't even belong to the same space-time dimension as him. It was unknown how tall this desolate dragon sect was, and it was unknown how deep it was. Gu Chencheswell probed it, but it was simply bottomless. In the deepest part of the dragon sect, there seemed to be countless holy dragon chi entangling, boiling, and roaring. It was as if thousands of sages were roaring at the same time, shocking the heavens and earth. Gu Chunsha couldn't pry into the deepest mysteries of this desolate dragon sect. He continuously circulated his heavenly Tao technique, changing it continuously. Only then did he avoid the fate of his soul being devoured by the desolate dragon sect, and he retracted his will. It's not that easy to refine this talisman. He shook his head. Looks like I'll have to use some extraordinary methods. Fighting with this talisman is equivalent to Prince clashing with the will of the desolate dragon sect in the unseen world. It will greatly improve Prince's cultivation. Perhaps Prince's cultivation will increase again. This could be considered as sharpening the spear at the last moment. This time, whether or not the Celestial Tranquility Department can survive the great calamity depends entirely on whether or not Your Highness can refine this talisman. If Your Highness can't refine this talisman within 7 days, we won't be able to activate the Big Dipper shifting formation. If those lesser kiliocosms of the devil race join forces to attack us, our sphere of the common people's wish will definitely disintegrate, and everyone will die without a burial place. I know this is a great responsibility. Gu Chunsha said, the demon disaster will erupt too quickly. It will only take a few days. If we have 7 years to develop, it will be completely different. 7 years is indeed enough for us to gain absolute confidence. Zhuge looked at the void. However, since the future has been chosen and the demon disaster will erupt immediately, we can only face it calmly. Chapter 565. This was Gu Chench's best chance to clash with the ancient desolate dragon sect's will. While cultivating, not only would his comprehension improve, but he might also gain unexpected benefits. He had comprehended the heaven sacrifice talisman, and now he comprehended the ancient desolate dragon sect. With the two combined, he would be able to create a new world. His common people's heaven repairing technique and common people's heaven repairing technique would be invincible. Streaks of heaven path techniques surged into the talisman. The talisman was activated over and over again. Then, the giant ancient desolate dragon sect's shadow appeared within the common people's wish ball. The ball gave off a feeling like it was being invaded. But no matter how huge the ancient desolate dragon sect's shadow was, as soon as it came into contact with a token, it would be like a mouse that saw a cat and immediately shrink back. This was fear at its core. Because of this, not only could Gu Chunsha comprehend some of the mysteries of the ancient desolate dragon sect's will, but he could also understand some of the mysteries of the token. How long? The ancient desolate dragon sects will clash with him again and again. His spirit seemed to have traversed a faraway country and saw the location of the dragon gate of the untainted land that did not belong to the same time and space dimension. His spirit seeped into it and observed the nature of the dragon gate. He seemed to feel the chi of dragon nurturing, chi of dragon creation, chi of holy dragon, and some deeper secrets inside. Where did the ancient desolate dragon sect come from? This was a huge mystery. Behind this great mystery lay the truth of the universe, the many dimensions, the aptitudes of all living beings, and the true essence of chaos. These principles were very helpful to Gu-Qinsha. He used the heavenly Tao magic to drive the 23 transformations, past illumination, and tried his best to extrapolate. At the same time, he refined the vast amount of knowledge he had obtained. Above his head, countless sages from ancient times to the present appeared, all of them explaining different principles. Heaven and earth sages, sun and moon glory, gods slaying gods, Tao collapsing, universe collapsing, space-time condensing. Above Gu-Qinsha's head was a picture of heaven and earth being destroyed, reborn, and then destroyed again. The speed of rebirth and destruction became faster and faster, and it was hard for one to follow. Those with lower cultivation bases couldn't even bear the mental impact of seeing this image of destruction and rebirth, and directly perished. Your Highness's cultivation base has already reached the pinnacle. His heavenly Tao magic's augury can reveal virtually everything from the past. You can even use the memories of the ancient sages and Mahatmas to divine the complete past. It's terrifying. Even if I acquired the world graveyard coffin and absorbed the ancient 7 stars profundities into my body, becoming both the lord of the 7 stars of the past and present, I still wouldn't be able to match up to him. Zhuge nodded. However, it's still unknown whether or not we'll be able to get through this tribulation. His Majesty has been suppressing this devil apocalypse for years, and if it does break out, it'll spread out from the divine prefecture to the rest of the universe. When the time comes, many of the old-timers will wake up, and everything will be a mess. In the midst of the great calamity, there are also great opportunities. The Black Tortoise Baby said, every time there is a calamity, old experts will fall, and new experts will be born. It's just like in the mortal world. When a dynasty changes, old nobles will be killed, their wealth plundered, and new nobles will be born. They will have a lot of wealth and can continue the family. You 4 holy beasts seem to have sensed something as well. You're manifestations of the true meaning of the 5 elements. So you're much more sensitive to the calamity than ordinary cultivators. Zhuge continued. Unfortunately, none of you have matured yet. You'll need to cultivate for thousands of years before you can truly reach adulthood and stand shoulder to shoulder with the ancient sages. I was just born, and I'm still very weak. The little azure dragon and white tiger crawled around the wish tree. They hadn't been born very long ago, and the azure dragon and white tiger eggs had been brought over by Do 19. Thankfully, we live on the wish tree, which is perfect for cultivation. Compared to our own kind, our cultivation speed is dozens of times faster. The interstellar coffin contains the most profound truths of the 5 elements. When this minor chiliocosm becomes a medium-grade world, you'll benefit greatly as well. At the very least, you'll be able to save hundreds of years of bitter cultivation. Zhuge continued. Now, as long as you keep pouring your painstakingly cultivated vital qi into the sphere, the essence of the sphere will recognize you more and more. Last time, when we became a minor chiliocosm, we did indeed benefit greatly. I didn't expect it to become a medium-grade world so quickly. The black tortoise bounced around. This is simply inconceivable. I'm afraid that since ancient times, only the Celestial Calmness Department has been able to achieve such speed. This is actually the seething of fortune before the great calamity. The luckier you are before the great calamity, the greater the calamity you'll face in the future. It's like when the common people rebel. When they call for help, the people will gather, and the whole world will follow. They'll attack cities and plunder lands with irresistible force. But once the fortune declines, a few landlords and their servants can capture and kill the rebels. Zhuge, you seem to see all sorts of inauspicious tribulations in the future. Our Celestial Calmness Department must prevent this from happening. Time passed day by day. Gu-Qinsha was still fighting with the will of the desolate dragon sect in the talisman. He was already going all out. As for the common people, they didn't know that the devil calamity was about to break out. They were still singing and dancing to celebrate peace and prosperity. While living and working in peace and contentment, every household was practicing martial arts. Even the farmers in the most remote areas had learned powerful fist techniques and could use weapons. Since Heaven Talisman Emperor's first year, 27 years had passed. Each year, they promoted the martial spirit. In the recent 10 years, the desolate continent was developed and numerous herbs were sent to the common people. Heaven Talisman Emperor opened schools all over, and with the support of the imperial court, cultivation spread out. The Celestial Calmness Department also pushed the true essence of the martial path to the extreme. This was why there were many experts among the people. There were a bunch of martial arts grandmasters and Tao realm experts popping up like bamboo shoots after the rain. But due to the lack of time, some of the people with deeper Tao realm hadn't developed. If a few decades passed, there would probably be people at Tao realm transformation 7 and above. Gu Chen's original intention was to raise the cultivation of a large number of people in the world. As long as one reached Tao realm transformation 7, one would be able to fly and could also modify buildings. One person would be able to defend against tens of thousands of people. Only when one reached Transformation 7 would one be able to have such a huge change. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time. The current governors were only at that level, much less the common people. The fourth Gu Huasha didn't do nothing. He secretly gathered the various governors to prepare for war. He didn't say that the demon calamity was about to erupt, but some of them sensed that something was off. Of course, the Calm Celestial Department had spread the news to the common people and officials that the demon calamity would erupt at any moment. Everyone had to train hard and be prepared for the attacks of the demons. They would also do all sorts of drills. That way, even if the demon calamity suddenly erupted, the world wouldn't panic. Apart from that, the imperial court had actually been waging war every year to expand their territory. Many of the commoners had become adventurers, fighting with the barbarians and the demonic beasts in the desolate land. They had honed their fighting skills, and their valiance was not inferior to that of the demons. Actually, if they had the same number, the Yonko people wouldn't be afraid of the demons. Unfortunately, there were just too many of them. The demon region was split into numerous dimensions, and once the demon calamity erupted, they would sweep over like an army of ants, drowning everything. Time passed really quickly. On the night of the 6th day, within the old capital city, Wu Dangkong and the others gathered for a meeting. Gu Tanjian, Gu Xinsha, Gu Changjian, Fa Wuxian, and Xian were all gathered. Only Wu Dongxing didn't come. Gu Zhangjian's eyes flickered. He had thought that Do 19 would exchange with him within 3 days and obtain the chi of the Holy Dragon. However, Do 19 did not contact him, and Wu Dongxing had also disappeared. This made him a little puzzled. He could not understand what Wu Dongxing was doing. The Martial Emperor should be here for today's meeting. Why don't I see him? Fa Wuxian's expression was a bit excited, because he knew that great changes would occur tomorrow. The tribulation would arrive, and the world would change. This was his chance. The demon disaster was a devastating blow to many forces, but it was a good thing for the School of Legalism. The School of Legalism had the Warlock Saint, so nothing would go wrong. They had also signed an agreement with the dwarf demon race to carry out the spirit demon plan. When the time came, they would be able to benefit from both sides. On one hand, they could gather talents from all over the world, protect them, and strengthen the power of the School of Legalism. On the other hand, they could join forces with the dwarf demon race to kill the other demons in the demon race and refine them into the Warlock Saint's cave. The legalist world of law was the world closest to a medium-class world. The 13 god realm experts of the legalists had been working on it. They were about to ascend last time, but Gu Chunsha had stolen many primordial treasures they had prepared. Then, they had worked together with the great spirit god and the sorcerer ancestor, so they hadn't succeeded. This time, the legalists could use the demon calamity to ascend. These were all legalist plans. Moreover, the famous Tranquil Immortal Department was about to be destroyed. Fa Wuxian also wanted to take advantage of it. The Martial Emperor suddenly left the Martial Saint's paradise. I don't know what he's doing. Wu Dankong was also curious. She had planned to work with the Martial Emperor and act at the crucial moment to divide the Tranquil Immortal Department. She had coveted the treasures of the Tranquil Immortal Department for a long time. Everyone wanted the 4 sacred beasts. The Martial Emperor has always acted arbitrarily. Even if we work with him, we have to be wary of him biting back. It's best if he doesn't come. Xian's tone was cold. The Black Heaven Earth sect had been at the forefront of the destruction of the Great Wu dynasty. The Martial Emperor would definitely take revenge. He obviously wanted to kill the Martial Emperor and get rid of this scourge. Chapter 566. Many experts of the Devil Race are also plotting for the treasures of the Celestial Pacification Department. Wu Dankong said, "Indeed, we can't let these treasures fall into the hands of the Devil Race. Otherwise, those devils of the Devil Race will turn hostile and ignore us. At that time, when they devour us, they won't care about things like morality, trust, or contracts." Although Wu Dankong and the others had colluded with the Devil Race and wanted to borrow their hands to deal with the Celestial Pacification Department, not a single one of them could be trusted by the Devil Race. It was impossible for the Devil Race to believe them. This was an unbreakable truth that had existed since time immemorial. From the very beginning, Wu Dankong's plan was to let the Devil Race and the Celestial Pacification Department fight each other until both sides suffered heavy losses. Then, he would take advantage of the situation. It would be best if he could kill more devils and use them as sacrifices. Moreover, Wu Dankong had to kill Gu Qinsha. In this way, she could monopolize the Heaven Sacrificial Talisman. She already knew the principles behind many things. She also knew that Gu Qinsha had once obtained this talisman. Later on, this talisman was twisted by Gu Taxian, causing her to share half of the power she obtained with Gu Qinsha every time she sacrificed herself. Only when Gu Qinsha died would she obtain all of the sacrificial energy. In this world, she was the only one who wanted Gu Qinsha to die the most. The devil calamity that the Devil Race launched this time is no small matter. After the devils annihilate the Celestial Pacification Department, we will reverse the benevolence of the world, quell the devil calamity, and kill countless devils. Wu Dankong said, "Everyone, you must help me. As long as there is a large number of devils to sacrifice, you can obtain whatever you want." Greed flashed in everyone's eyes. They all knew how miraculous the Heaven Sacrificial Talisman was. As long as there were enough souls as sacrifices, they could exchange it for anything from the Heavenly Tao. The demons are unreliable. Fa Wuxian said, "Although Lord Warlock Saint is cooperating with the Dwarf Demon Clan, he is actually just pretending to be polite. When things are almost done, he will exterminate the Dwarf Demon Clan and assimilate it into all the realms of Dharma to obtain the supreme path of ascension. I believe that the Demon Clan is the same. They will definitely want to kill us and occupy the Divine Continent, which is an important location. The Divine Continent is the center of all realms. If they occupy this place, they'll be able to use all kinds of methods to plunder many other realms. Moreover, the demonic territory is dangerous, while the boundless mainland is rich in treasures. The demon domain was shrouded in darkness all year round and was extremely repressive. After living in the demon domain for such a long time, even the smelly gutters of the endless mainland would be a paradise for them. The demons naturally wanted to occupy the land of infinity that was rich in resources. We have to think of a way to obtain the treasures before the Celestial Communist Department collapses. Gu Tanjian said, "This time, the many races of the Devil Clan have joined forces, and they all have their own minor kiliocosm. If they launch an all-out attack, the Celestial Communist Department will be completely destroyed in an instant. This is the best opportunity for us to make a move. However, in a battle of this level, even deity realm experts are useless. We have to rely on a treasure that can defend against all attacks. Only the Heaven Sacrificial Talisman's Sun-Moon Sacrificial Altar can do that. When the time comes, I'll send all of you into the Sun-Moon Sacrificial Altar. You'll be the first to enter the collapsing Celestial Calmness Department, and then you'll get the best chance. Wu Dangkong knew what to do. You should be satisfied now, right? That's for the best. Fa Wuxian and Xianan both felt that there was no problem. They also wanted to peek into the true mysteries of the Sun-Moon Altar. This was the best opportunity. We can't just sit back and watch the officials, either. Crown Prince Gu Xiansha had been listening quietly. These days, I've heard that the Fourth has been contacting all sorts of officials. He's been mobilizing all sorts of troops. He seems to have sensed something. Damn. Wu Dangkong looked over. Wu Dangxing hasn't come yet. He must be trying to get information from both sides. He's giving information to the Celestial Calmness Department. He's even more unreliable than the Devil Clan. It doesn't matter. Wu Dangxing is just a clown. He's just a flash in the pan, in front of absolute power. So what if the Celestial Calmness Department knows? Fa Wuxian laughed coldly. Just look at how the Celestial Calmness Department is gathering troops and talking to the officials. I can see that they're still fantasizing about resisting the Devil Calamity. That's a good thing, Xianan said. If the Celestial Calmness Department escapes, things will be difficult. Escape? Wu Dangkong laughed mockingly. They've already been targeted by the Devil Clan. It's impossible for them to escape. The more they run, the harder it will be. Once they escape, the image they've built up will collapse. Let's see what the people will say about the Celestial Calmness Department. I can escape, but the Celestial Calmness Department can only fight to the death. They've gotten themselves killed. Gu Changjian said, the Celestial Calmness Department has always prioritized morality. But what's the Celestial Designer Institute's arrangement? Has the lady gone to negotiate with them? The Celestial Designer Institute. When Wu Dangkong heard these words, a serious expression appeared on his face. The Celestial Designer Institute actually holds the leading position in the world. If it was in the past, there would be no need to worry about those two old fellows of the Uncanny Designer Institute. I've been communicating with them, but the Celestial Designer Institute hasn't responded. I don't know if they're friend or foe. This is a bit tricky. I'll go negotiate with the Celestial Designer Institute again. Fa Wuxian said, if the Celestial Designer Institute doesn't work with us or stop us from redividing the world, then there's no need for them to exist. Fa Wuxian, how arrogant. At this moment, a voice rang out. After that, a young man appeared in the hall. This young man had an elegant demeanor, and he seemed to be around 18 or 19 years old. His eyes shone with a rainbow-colored luster, and in the depths of his eyes, one could see layers upon layers of boundless perfection. Who is it? Fa Wuxian suddenly attacked. Instantly, a crescent light slashed out. This crescent light was the blade of law enforcement that the Dharma Saint had given him. Who knew that the teen flicked his finger and the blade of law enforcement flew back? Fa Wuxian grunted, and it seemed like he had taken a huge loss. Mahakasayapa Finger Technique, Hell-Crushing Strike, Tao Realm 29 Transformations, Enlightenment of Primordial Chaos, Innate Saint Potential. Fa Wuxian continued, you're from the Devil Region, a member of the Sovereign Devil Clan, a descendant of God Mahakasayapa. That's right, I am Maha Linfeng. The teen cupped his fists. However, I am not from the demon race. I am a human. Maha God was also born as a human and has nothing to do with the demon race. It's just that we live in the demon region and suppress many demon races, which is why we are called the Emperor Devil Race. This is all ancient history. Could it be that the ancient Demon Emperor clan wants a piece of the pie in this demon calamity? Also, what has the Celestial Designer Institute got to do with you? Wu Dangkong knew that this Maha Linfeng didn't come with good intentions, especially the Emperor Devil Race. They were the noblest among the many demon races and were the rulers. However, after Maha God was sealed, many of them didn't listen to his orders. Some even wanted to rebel and devour the Emperor Devil Race. That was how the demon race was. The strong ruled. If you weren't strong today, you would be torn to pieces. I am the Deputy Dean of the Celestial Designer Institute, and also the fiancé of the Mistress of the Celestial Designer Institute. Gu Huansha. Maha Lin Feng said. I received the mistress invitation and came here immediately. I can represent her. Gu Huansha. Wu Dangkong seemed to know some secrets. Seems like you know about the demon disaster. I wonder what the attitude of the Emperor Devil race is. The demon disaster this time has nothing to do with our Maha family. Maha Lin Feng didn't seem to want to admit that he was from the Emperor Devil race. Instead, he listed himself as a human aristocratic family. It was the midget demon race who joined forces with the demon dragon, blood demon, snake demon, bone demon, ox demon, goat demon, horse demon, ghost demon, and dozens of other demon races. They didn't inform our Maha family either. Looks like your Emperor Devil race can't keep the situation under control anymore. F.A. Wuxian said. To think that you've reached out to the Immortal Master. F.A. Wuxian knew many secrets as well. Clearly, the Dharma Saint had told him some things. The Maha family has always been on good terms with the Immortal Master. Maha Lin Feng said. But let's get back to the main topic. The midget demon race's attack this time is to make use of this opportunity to push the spirit and demon natures into a fight to gain the most benefits and challenge the Sky Demon race's position. The Sky Demon race has yet to respond. Everyone, be careful. Who knows, while you're scheming against others, others might be scheming against you too. We can work with the Heavenly Designer Institute to stabilize the situation after the demon disaster. Wu Dangkong said, Your Emperor Devil race wants to save God Maha and return to the Divine Continent and establish your aristocratic family. I can satisfy all of your requests. Looks like the mistress can't wait to become the emperor. Maha Lin Feng laughed. The throne of the world belongs to me. I have the heavenly sacrificial talisman. It is the will of the heavens. Wu Dangkong was unwilling to pass on this responsibility. Could it be that the person from the Heavenly Designer Institute also wants to become the emperor? That's not it. Maha Lin Feng said. We have our own plans. We won't clash with the mistress. Then how do we work together? Wu Dangkong asked. You can take all of the Celestial Calmness Division's treasures, including the Life's Wish Sphere. But the Heavenly Designer Institute wants the talents of the Celestial Calmness Division, Zhuge, Lu Baiyue, and Jin Suebua. They're all talents. We can't let them go to waste, Maha Lin Feng said. Oh, then what about Gu Chunsha and Gu Huasha? F.A. Wuxian frowned. The Immortal Master wants these too. When the time comes, the Immortal Master will personally make a move. Anyone with the Immortal Treading Bloodline will be taken by the Immortal Master. Maha Lin Feng's words caused Gu Xinsha, Gu Danjian, and Gu Changjin's expressions to change. Chapter 567. Since ancient times, the people of the world were like a piece of fat meat. Even God Realm experts needed to spread faith and gather faith power to make up for their own world. Compared to the demon race, humans had a huge advantage. For example, if a god gathered a bunch of demons in his own world and asked them to pray, it would be a mess. They would kill one another, and their numbers would decrease. That was because demons didn't care about order and were really chaotic. Feeding a group of people would allow them to produce, live, and multiply. In just a few decades, they would be able to give birth to several times more children. This was not all. The prayers of humans were clear and sincere. They did not need to be refined at all. They were extremely pure. The prayers of the demon race contained many negative emotions. Even if the God Realm obtained it, they would have to spend a lot of effort to refine it. If not, it would affect their own world and turn it into a demon region. This was also why demon race God Realm experts were far from human God Realm experts. At the same realm, Tao Realm 30 transformation, world creation, human God Realm experts were much stronger than demon race God Realm experts. There were even cases of 1 against 2, 1 against 3, 1 against many. The key was that the demon race basically stopped at Demon Saint. It was pretty much impossible for them to have 3 heaven venerables. This was why many demon gods loved to capture humans and feed them in their own worlds to provide faith. Even the evil god who obtained the true God Realm in the past had barbarian race believers. They didn't like the demon race. All in all, Humans were a hot piece of meat that was being fought over, especially the humans now. Heaven Talisman Emperor trained them so that they were all strong and intelligent. They understood the Tao, knew order, knew etiquette, and used their spirituality. They were all nourishment for God Realm experts. If one wasn't God Realm, it would be tough for them to accept faith unless they had their own world. For example, Gu Tanjian, Maha Lin Feng had reached the 29 transformation, comprehend chaos realm. Moreover, he was someone from the Maha family who didn't come out. He had the talent of a saint, which was why the celestial head chose him and made him Gu Huansha's fiancé. He wanted to obtain the faith of the entire world. Once he reached God Realm, he would create his own world and merge in the faith. Naturally, his cultivation speed would be many times faster than normal God Realm experts. Those humans who oppose me must be killed and settled, Wu Dankong said to Maha Lin Feng. After that, we'll establish order together. I'll ascend to the throne, and your Heavenly Designer Institute will assist me. After that, I'll confer the deity throne to you and Gu Huansha. How about it? The great position of a true god enjoyed eternal worship. In addition, there is also the Immortal Master. Naturally, there will also be a true god position. The Immortal Master doesn't need the true god position. To the Immortal Master, this position is a joke. Maha Lin Feng's words made Wu Dankong's heart clench. Then what does a mortal lord want? Wu Dankong asked. Let's talk about this in the future. The reason I came here today is to reach an agreement with you. If you want to ascend to the throne, our Celestial Designer Institute will not object. We can even do our best to help you stabilize the situation after the devil calamity. You should know that your current reputation is unbearably bad. Without our help, even if the Celestial Designer Institute is destroyed, it will be impossible for you to obtain the recognition of everyone in the world. Even if you carry out a great purge, it will have the opposite effect, said Maha Lin Feng. Since that's the case, tell me your conditions. Let's see if we can come to an agreement. In truth, Wu Dankong was very unhappy in her heart. If it wasn't for the mysterious immortal lord behind the Celestial Designer Institute, she would have already fallen out with them. Even the Celestial Designer Institute was in the purge business. This is the agreement. Please take a look at it before making your decision. Maha Lin Feng took out an agreement and handed it over to Wu Dankong. Wu Dankong took it and swept her gaze over it. Killing intent appeared on her face as she threw the agreement away. What wishful thinking. 36 true God positions, temples everywhere, worshipping the Immortal Master as the sole ruler, establishing the heavenly court, immortals to immortals, humans to humans, and immortals to mortals. The Immortal Master really has a grand plan. F.A. Wuxian hurriedly took the agreement and read it. Her expression was extremely unsightly. The Immortal Master wanted to create a grand plan to wrap all the cultivators in the world into a high and mighty heavenly court, and then cut off the passage to the human world. As the saying went, immortals and mortals would be separated forever. Moreover, this heavenly court was the only faith of the people. That's right. The Immortal Master wants to say that if there's cultivation, there'll be conflict. It'll be detrimental to the development of a world. If you become a powerful existence, you can destroy the world at any time. How can you let the ordinary people live? It's better to be separated forever, to develop a mechanical civilization among the people, not a cultivation civilization. Over time, the world will be at peace. Maha Lin Feng said, "What do you think? This plan is too grand. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to achieve." Wu Dankong didn't seem to want to fall out with the Immortal Master, but she would definitely not agree to the agreement. I can't agree to this agreement. If the Immortal Master wants to be the sole ruler, then what about me? If that's the case, then it's a pity. However, as the situation develops, I believe you'll eventually agree to this agreement. Maha Lin Feng shook his head and left the place in a flash. I didn't expect the Imperial Demon Clan to control the Heavenly Craftsmanship Institute. Shannon felt that this was a serious matter. Not the Imperial Demon Clan, but the Immortal Master, Gu Xiansha said. The mysterious ancient San said, The celestial master seems to be an ancient existence. No one knows her exact origin, but many powerful beings in the world are afraid of her. Since ancient times, many disciples who were banished to the infernal realm have become her subordinates. Even Maha God is not as ancient as her. She is even more ancient than the three celestial masters. This is all I know. The Black Heaven and Earth sect has been in charge of the immortal Tao for many years. They must know the real secret of the immortal master. I have to report this to my father, Shannon said. I'm afraid only the ancient sages know the real identity of the immortal master. Now that the immortal master has interfered, things have become difficult. Fa Wuxian said, we can't control this matter. We can only take it one step at a time. We'll wait for the demon disaster to break out before we reap the benefits. Keep an eye on the Human-Dragon Union and get the treasures of the Buddhist sect, Wu Dankong said. Has the Human-Dragon Union done anything in the Sin province? As usual, they're cultivating, planting, and eliminating the demon nature. Many demons have turned into Guardian Vajra. They're already gathering the power of faith. Chairman Qin Han's cultivation is increasing day by day. Fa Wuxian also kept an eye on them. The Dharma saint of the legalism school knew how powerful the treasures of the Buddhist sect were. They were the best at restraining demons. The Dharma saint was very interested in the Permethal world created by the ancient Buddhist sect. It was something that was close to the boundless world. He was even determined to get it. Also, Fong Lin of the Human-Dragon Union is a powerful person. Chairman Qin Han has only received the inheritance of the Buddhist sect. Fong Lin has been managing the Human-Dragon Union, making it flourish. If it weren't for him, the Human-Dragon Union would have collapsed in a few days. We have to capture this person. Wu Dankong said, it's not a bad idea if this person joins us. If he's stubborn, we'll kill him immediately. I can handle this matter. Fa Wuxian beat him to it. Next, all we have to do is wait. Once the sky brightens, it will be the time to change the world. For us to be able to witness this moment, our lives will not be in vain. Wu Dankong's tone contained some excitement. She controlled the upper study room and was the regent of the kingdom. Originally, she had a high position and could do whatever she wanted. But it was a pity that the entire imperial court was divided against her. If not for the authority left behind by the heavenly talisman sovereign, she would have been arrested and abolished long ago. Her days were tough, and she was condemned by everyone. Therefore, she was eager to change the situation. She wanted to make use of the devil calamity to stir up trouble and reverse the situation. Within the Heavenly Designer Institute, Gu Huansha was playing chess with a young girl. This girl was around 20 years old. Her features were like a painting, and she looked exquisite. She looked like a beautiful lady from a classical painting. Sister Huansha, there's about 2 more hours before the sun rises. The devil calamity is about to start. Look at the stars in the sky. They seem to have sensed the baleful aura from the battle between the spirits and demons. It's becoming strange. The girl pointed at the sky. At this moment, countless stars twinkled in the night sky like eyes observing everything in the world. Many of the stars were shrouded in a faint layer of blood, representing slaughter. Sister Sui Sui is the #1 genius of the Maha clan's younger generation. Even Maha Lin Feng is inferior. This time, she came out to help me manage the situation. It seems like this matter will succeed. Gu Huansha placed her chess piece and observed the changes of the stars in the sky. These stars could sense the changes in the world and could predict many things in advance. The changes of the stars were a huge field of study. Lin Feng has the aptitude to become a saint. He once defeated the dwarf Zuiji and his sister's fiancé. He can also help sister. This beautiful girl was called Maha Sui Sui. The dwarf Zuiji was killed by Do 19, and his foundation was destroyed. The dwarf devil race has lost a devil saint, which is a good thing for us. However, God Maha's prison-suppressing obelisk actually fell into the hands of the dwarf devil race, and not your Maha clan. This is a little strange. Could it be that God Maha has some special intentions? Gu Huansha asked. This time, I'm working with the Maha clan. You want to rescue God Maha, but the dwarf devil race is ahead of you. The profundities behind this matter are a little thought-provoking. In a battle between spirits and demons, the first wave will give us a great opportunity. However, the chances of dying are also high. Our Maha clan didn't seize this opportunity because we have a deep foundation. God Maha is sealed, and if we want to open it, we might have to pay a huge price. It might even lead to the extinction of the dwarf devil race. Maha Sway Sway said. Chapter 568. Although the Maha clan was known as the Demon Emperor clan by countless demons in the demonic realm, the Maha clan was actually human. The Maha family's foundation was extremely deep. They were the descendants of the Maha god from ancient times, and they had been protected by the Maha god for generations. Boundless resources were piled up in the Maha god's family, allowing the Maha god to flourish. For example, although the legalism was known as the #1 clan, it could not compare to the Maha clan of the Demon Emperor clan. The reason was that God Maha had existed since ancient times and had only been sealed by the Heavenly Talisman Emperor a few decades ago. As for the Dharma Saint, he had only been revived a few days ago. Moreover, God Maha had been in existence on par with the 3 heavenly venerables in ancient times, and the Dharma Saint had only reached this realm because of the great changes in the world. His strength had yet to fully recover. With God Maha's protection for close to 10,000 years, the Maha clan was actually ordinary. Even someone like the Immortal Master had to be roped in. Within the Maha family, there were many old ancestors with profound cultivations. They could operate the heavenly Daos and swallow the world. They had unfathomably supreme abilities. Moreover, the Maha family had operated for many years, and their world had long since become a dimensional realm that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Black Heaven Earth Gate. Gu Huanshan knew that if she roped in the Maha clan and controlled the Celestial Designer Institute herself, she could really clean up the mess when the demon calamity descended and establish the world the Immortal Master had envisioned. Immortals and mortals would be separated forever, and there would be no immortals in the world. When that time came, the destiny needed to establish the world would gather and push the Immortal Master to an extremely terrifying realm. Our dozens of ancestors have said that we will follow the Immortal Master's lead. Maha Sway Sway narrowed his eyes. The dozens of ancestors she spoke of naturally meant that there were dozens of God-level experts in the clan. The Legalism clan had 13, and the Wu clan had 9, but the Maha clan had dozens. From this, one could see how powerful the Maha clan was. It was not without reason that the Demon Emperor clan could suppress the demons for so many years. Is there any news from the Sky Demon clan recently? Your Sovereign Devil clan and Heaven Devil clan have been fighting for many years, and both sides have suffered losses. No one can do anything to the other. However, in the recent decades, Maha deity has been sealed and the Heaven Devil clan has gained the upper hand. However, in the recent years, the Heaven Devil clan has suddenly disappeared without a trace. They seem to be carrying out a huge conspiracy. We have to be careful. Gu Huanshan knew the details. Before God Maha, the heavenly devil race had already ruled over the demon domain. They had dominated countless great wars of fiend gods and immortals and demons. They had launched countless devil disasters, even stirring up chaos in the primordial world and slaughtering countless races. The primordial heavenly demon was famous, causing the immortal, divine, demon, and sorcerer paths to tremble in fear. Otherwise, they wouldn't have called themselves heavenly demons. The so-called heavenly devil was a devil that was on par with the heavens. However, God Maha had appeared out of nowhere and suppressed the demon domain. With his strength alone, he had suppressed the various races in the demon domain. The Heaven Devil clan couldn't do anything to him. They had always tried to wrest back control of the various demon domains, but to no avail. For so many years, the Sovereign Devil clan and Heaven Devil clan had been roping in other devil clans and suppressing the disobedient devil clans in the demon domain. In the recent decades, after God Maha deity had been sealed, the Sovereign Devil clan and Maha family had been at a disadvantage. They had no choice but to seek protection from the Immortal Master. Gu Huansha knew that the Maha family was just a temporary measure. They really couldn't be trusted. However, they were still in the honeymoon phase. Their relationship could be said to be very close. With the devil disaster erupting, the Heaven Devil clan will definitely make a move. There's no doubt about it. The Middle Earth of the Divine Continent is a wonderful world with countless resources. It's impossible for the Heaven Devil clan not to be tempted. Maha Sway Sway said, "Our old ancestor is activating a secret technique and has more or less figured out the movements of the Heaven Devil clan. What do you think of the Celestial Commerce Department, little sister? Those youngsters seem to have some tricks up their sleeves." Gu Huansha had interacted with Gu Qinsha before, and even lost the 100 treasures in Mortal River. The Celestial Commerce Department will have a hard time surviving this tribulation. On the surface, the Immortal Tao and the Devil race have their eyes on them. There are also many other major powers eyeing them covetously, ready to make a move at a moment's notice. For example, the nest of 10,000 dragons, the Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor, the Great Spirit God, the Xingqiong clan, the 3 celestial sovereigns, the Heaven Devil clan, the Dharma Saint, and even us. Aside from that, there are also some other powerful, unknown existences. Even if they have divine abilities that can pierce through heaven and earth, they probably won't be able to do anything. Maha Sway Sway sighed. Little sister seems to have taken a liking to one of them. Is it the Lord of 7 Stars, Zhugiya, Gu Qinsha, or Gu Huansha? Gu Huansha asked, "Little sister, you've always been proud and arrogant. You view all men as nothing. Even that Fa Wuxian is nothing more than an arrogant madman to you. But the men in the Celestial Commerce Department aren't simple at all. They're all geniuses. Just look at how they run things. There's no need to mention the Lord of 7 Stars. She's an all-powerful existence who can shake heaven and earth. Anyone who looks down on her would be truly arrogant and conceited. As long as the Lord of the Sun Moon doesn't show up, the Lord of 7 Stars is the absolute king." As Maha Sway Sway spoke, another person entered the room. It was none other than Maha Lin Feng. There's a rumor going around that Wu Dankong is the Lord of the Sun Moon. I wonder if that's true. Wu Dankong. Maha Sway Sway laughed in disdain. She's a complete idiot. I don't even know how she obtained the Heaven's Sacrifice decree. She had a good hand, but she played it so badly that she gained power. She has the Wu family behind her, and she even roped in the Xingqiong family. She even earned the title of concubine treacherous. If I were her, I'd just kill myself. Actually, things aren't as simple as they seem. Wu Dankong has her own difficulties. She might not be able to use the Heaven's Sacrifice decree like the Son of Heaven did. Gu Huansha had the imperial bloodline, so she could see through many things. However, Wu Dankong definitely isn't the Lord of the Sun Moon. It's definitely someone else. "Let's not talk about Wu Dankong," said Maha Sway Sway. Maha Sway Sway said, "The Heaven Alliance she built is just a joke. I am most interested in Calm Celestial Department. He actually used the 23 transformations of Tao Realm Reflection to win Sister, and also won the 100 Treasure Celestial River. What is his cultivation? This person has already awakened my father's bloodline, and the quality of his magic power is unfathomable. With just his own magic power, he can actually use the all-encompassing destruction cudgel. Furthermore, he has fused with the blade energy of the immortal-slaying, god-slaying flying dagger. This person is indeed a mystery, and I can't see through him. I'm really curious about him. Moreover, his methods are really amazing. In such a short time, he was able to build such a huge faction. I have studied his information. Calming Xian Department was built by him. He obtained the Heaven Monster Book, raised the Heaven Monster Tree, recruited Zhugiya, squeezed out the dragon-raising technique from Do 19, and built the small divine prefecture. He is even stronger than the Lord of 7 Stars. If you say that he is the Lord of the Sun Moon, I would believe it. All the more reason for this kid to get it. Interest flickered in Maha Sway's eyes. This kid's management skills are amazing. If he can help us, we can save a lot of trouble. Those fools destroyed the Tranquil Immortal Department and only thought about those lesser Kiliacosms and Dharma treasures. In fact, the most important core, is the talent. We cannot miss this opportunity. Gu Huansha was determined to get Gu Qinsha. The sky is getting brighter and the black star is rising. The slaughter is about to begin. Maha Linfeng said, "Look." Sure enough, among the stars in the sky, there was an additional star. This star carried with it the meaning of opening up the future. It was extremely bright, but in the depths of the brightest core, there seemed to be something pitch black hidden within. This was the black star. The meaning of Xian was dark. The moment it appeared, all the other stars faded away. It seemed like the day was about to arrive. In the celestial Tao, this star was called the Black Star. The people called it the Morning Star. The appearance of this star meant that the night was about to pass and the day was about to arrive. However, this was the dawn of the sixth day. Once the sky brightened, the devil calamity would erupt. Many people were waiting. The world was about to change. The black star will rise and blood will descend. Many people are still dreaming and don't know the changes. This is something that can't be helped. Liu Baiwei sighed. At this time, all the upper echelons of Comingxian Department were gathered in the common people's wish sphere. The upper echelons of Comingxian Department knew that when the devil calamity erupted, other powers might not be attacked at the start. However, Comingxian Department would definitely be attacked. Comingxian Department had developed too quickly these years and had already formed a minor world. Many deity-level experts felt a great threat and had to be eliminated quickly. If the devil calamity invaded according to plan, it was very likely that Comingxian Department would use all sorts of methods to neutralize and nibble away at them. It was better to directly attack and kill Comingxian Department, shattering everyone's confidence in one fell swoop. I wonder if His Highness could defeat the desolate Dragon Gate's will and subdue this talisman. If we can't do it before the devil calamity attacks, I'm afraid our fate will be bleak. At this time, Bao Ming was very worried. I have already heard news from the Great Wei dynasty. The Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor seems to have grasped a way to resist the heavenly Tao's summons. He can use all his strength. He has already begun to deploy troops and open teleportation gates. At the same time, he has created a huge fleet. Once the devil calamity erupts, he will immediately attack our imperial court from the sea. Over these years, our imperial court has recruited hundreds of island countries. If they're all occupied, it will affect the central plains and cause the hearts of the people to waver. That will be bad. The Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor is really going to attack. Zhuge Ye watched anxiously as Gu Qinsha continuously activated the Heavenly Tao technique to infiltrate the desolate Dragon Gate's talisman. Their wills clashed. The entire common people's wish sphere was shaking, as though it had returned to the ancient desolate era. Chapter 569. What I am worried about now is not the Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor, the demons, or the immortal Tao, but the division of humanity itself. I can see that once the demon disaster breaks out and the world is in chaos, the ambitious aristocratic families will immediately kill officials and rebel, setting up their own. For example, the legalists might be the first. Number 4 said, "For example, I'm from the school of legalism. After the devil calamity broke out, I would definitely support number 7, Gofasa, as a puppet and make him the emperor. That would be justifiable. Moreover, the empress is from the school of legalism. Second brother is the crown prince, but he has no power behind him. How can he ascend the throne? If the legalists do this, they will probably clash with Wu Dankong. I think they will support seventh brother, but it is still impossible for him to become the emperor." Liu Baiyue's gaze deepened. It's true that those aristocratic families are ambitious, but their foundations are clear to see. We can still see their depths. What I'm most afraid of is that when the world is in chaos, many ambitious and ruthless people will take advantage of the situation to rise. You have to know that last time, when the black gas eroded the sun, the mountains shook and the demon stars descended, the profound meaning of thousands of stars fell into the world. What has appeared now is just a drop in the ocean. If the demon disaster does not come, our Department of Calmness will reorganize the world and make everyone swear the great vow. With this thought, we can completely change the minds of those demon stars and turn the demonic path into the righteous path. Those who bring chaos to the world can become pillars of the country, but it is hard to say when the disaster comes. Sigh. Juvi sighed. Those reincarnated stars will definitely be able to govern the world in times of prosperity. But in times of disaster, they will become villains in times of chaos. Able to govern the world, villains in times of chaos. The fourth was full of praise. Mr. Zhuge's words are spot on. Once these reincarnated stars meet an opportunity, it is like a dragon returning to the sea, a tiger returning to the forest. It will be difficult to control them. Only our Department of Calmness can hold on. Long Yuyun said, if our Celestial Pacification Department can become more powerful during this devilish tribulation, then we'll be able to suppress the situation and turn the tables around. However, the world will inevitably go through a period of pain. Damned fiends, damned fiend calamities, damned fiendish natures. Liu Baiwei repeated 3 times, that bastard Dharma Saint wants to carry out the spirit demon project. We want the world to be devoid of demons. We want to wipe out all the demons and eliminate all the demons. Even if this is the balance of the heavenly axiom, we want to change the destiny of the world. That's right, the Emperor is doing the same thing as the Emperor. Zhuge Ye said, this is also the reason why I sought refuge with His Majesty. If I had followed the original trajectory of fate, I would have ended up the same as Jiang Gongwang. In the end, I would have fallen and returned to the stars. What was the point? You might as well go all out for once. As long as my plan succeeds this time, I'll be able to replace the flower with the tree, shift the stars, and successfully obtain the world-burying coffin. From there, I'll be able to absorb the ancient 7-star esoteric meaning. With the addition of the 2 esoteric meanings, I'll be able to make a breakthrough and raise the quality of my magic power to the same level as the Dharma Saint, reaching the 9th level of the True Dragon Technique. Even for the ancient Son of Heaven, the quality of the True Dragon Technique was only around 9 to 5. The Dharma Saint had reached the 9th level of the True Dragon Technique, which was why he was so ferocious and resisted the call of the heavenly axiom. Zhuge Yu would be the same. I don't know how Chansha is doing this time. We can't relax either. We'll do our best to operate the sphere. Being able to use a portion of our power is still a portion of our power. Liu Baiwei was now an innate saint. Her prayers and vow power of will weren't something ordinary cultivators could compare to. At this time, Zhuge Ye, the fourth him, and even the 4 sacred beasts, as well as the other core members of the Calming Immortal Department, all started to pray and vow, gathering the power of will. Rumble. This power of will directly seeped into the interior of the minor chiliocosm, driving the sphere's operation. The power of will of an innate saint was immense. The nourishment it provided to the world was almost the same as that of a deity expert. This was also the reason why many forces hoped that an innate saint would appear in their clan. Of course, innate saints had their own ideas. They definitely wouldn't pray or offer sacrifices to a certain existence. For example, F.A. Wuxian. Although he was born in the school of legalism, he was arrogant and unruly. He didn't pray or offer sacrifices to the Dharma Saint, nor did he contribute to the Dharma realm. This had incurred the dissatisfaction of the old antiques, who didn't even give him the primordial chaos holy pill and the many primordial treasures and artifacts. Everyone in the Calming Immortal Department was united. There was basically no disloyalty. Of course, this was because they were still in the early stages of their business. Everyone was hot-blooded and sincere. As time passed, all sorts of drawbacks would appear. It was inevitable that a hollow tree would grow worms over time. Everyone in the Calming Immortal Department began to pray. In the distant Minor Divine Prefecture, Jean Suebua had long since received the news. He gathered all the cultivators and prayed without a care for anything else, providing the minor chiliocosm with power. The entire Minor Divine Prefecture's aura was boiling, and fate energy was condensing. The boundary of the minor divine prefecture became denser and denser. Billions of ant-like divine generals appeared on it. They were born and destroyed at will, forming an extremely powerful defensive formation. Ever since this minor divine prefecture was established, Guchansha had set up great formations time and time again. He had even sent down heavenly dew. Now that he had created heavenly dew, it had 80% of the true heavenly dew's magical effects. It fell everywhere in the minor divine prefecture. After all the cultivators were nourished, their cultivation advanced rapidly, causing the power of prayer to become purer. This small divine region had already become a huge sect. Over 200,000 cultivators were gathered in the continent on the sea, which had a range of several 100,000 lis, spreading out in all directions. Disregarding high-end battle prowess and divine-level experts, this number had already surpassed any of the 72 sections. Even the Black Heaven Earthgate couldn't compare to the mid-level combat power. Of course, if the high-level combat power was taken into account, this minor divine prefecture was just a motley crew. It was just that their numbers were huge. However, if an immortal-level expert or a saint came and destroyed the boundary, many people would immediately scatter like birds and beasts. Time ticked by. Suddenly, a red light rose up from the sea. It was the sunrise. The sunrise meant that the seventh day was coming. However, this sunrise was different from the past. There was a layer of blood red on it, and indistinct sounds of ghosts crying and gods howling could be heard. This was a strange phenomenon. The sun bleeds, and all lives are destroyed. At this moment, many experts also saw this situation. In the depths of the eastern wilderness, in a mountain among the weeds, an old cultivator who was about to die sighed. The calamity of heaven and earth, the battle of spirits and demons, the clash of yin and yang, and the lives are in misery. In an unknown depth at the bottom of the sea, in a cave, a cultivator opened his eyes. The world has changed. The massacre is about to begin. Calamities will continue. The sky and earth will change. Time and space will shatter. I'm afraid this calamity will be difficult to change. It will also be the greatest calamity in history. In the depths of time and space, some ancient voices intertwined with each other. The appearance of the demon calamity was just a prelude. It wasn't a great calamity. However, this little spark could cause the situation to explode. The calamity is about to begin. Suddenly, Zhugaya opened his eyes and saw the blood-red sun. Between the heaven and earth, everything was stained with a layer of blood. He looked worriedly at Guchen Shah, who was still fighting with the desolate Ian Dragon sex will. His heart sank. If Guchen Shah couldn't defeat the desolate Ian Dragon sex will this time, the entire Comingsian department would be annihilated. They definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of the demon allied army. Far away in the depths of the eastern wilderness, in the cosmos' profound gate, Supreme Xuandu, Chong Weiyang, and Wen Hong gathered together again. The three of them operated the heavenly Tao and calculated the future. They also saw the great blood-colored sunrise. It's about to begin. The changes in the world are unstoppable. Wen Hong stood up abruptly. I wonder if the little guys from the Comingsian department can withstand it. According to common sense, there's basically no hope of resisting. Chong Weiyang shook her head. Even our cosmos profound sect will be the first to bear the brunt. We will definitely be annihilated. You must know that this time, the demon calamity was initiated by dozens of demons. Among them, there will be at least 10 minor kiliocosms working together to attack. I'm afraid that with the first attack, the Comingsian department's common people's wish sphere will collapse. I hope that these little guys can surprise us. Chong Weiyang said, if they can withstand it this time, then it will truly be unstoppable. After this great calamity, it will be considered complete. Then, we can support them with all our strength. I wonder what exactly is happening inside the sphere. Chong Weiyang said, that sphere is a minor kiliocosm. There are many changes that can't be seen at all. I also wonder what these little guys have prepared. I'm very curious. Chong Weiyang, you have set up many methods. Do you know what they are relying on now? I've lost contact with my son, Tai Mang Di. He has entered the sphere and seems to want to live and die with the calming Xian department. All information has been cut off. Chang Wei-yong shook his head. It is very possible. The calming Xian department is indeed carrying out a huge plan that they don't want anyone to know about. If this news is leaked, then the plan can't be carried out. That Gu Chansha has cultivated the heavenly Tao technique, so he shouldn't be destroyed. Once the heavenly Tao technique is cultivated, his body is almost the same as the heavenly Tao. Even if he is cut into countless pieces and completely destroyed, he can still be reborn. This is different from other powers. Chang Wei-yong said, however, the heaven Tao technique hasn't appeared since ancient times. I don't know what it is. I want to see what Heaven Talisman Emperor Gu Taxian left behind. Chang Wei-yong said, logically, he wouldn't allow the divine continent to be in chaos. Last time, Xing Qiongshi used the 100th level of the divine continent technique. That strike was truly destructive, but it was still suppressed. Xing Qiongshi was also injured. We can only wait and see what happens next. When Hong sighed, logically, these little fellows probably knew that the devil calamity was about to erupt. Usually, Gu Qinsha would come to us for help. But this time, he didn't come. He didn't even send us a message. From this, we can see that he wants to fight against the devil calamity alone. He doesn't want to drag us in first. Chapter 570. Even if we ask for help, we can't help them. You have to know that we've been against the rule of the three sky sovereigns for a long time. The three sky sovereigns have been eyeing us like tigers watching their prey. If we get involved in the devil disaster, we will be attacked by the three sky sovereigns. Our sect will be in danger. Tai Xian sighed. We have the heart, but we can't. Only if we all become medium-class worlds will we be able to help. That's true. Chang Wei-yong's eyes flashed with a profound light. If I could make a breakthrough during this devil apocalypse and enter the realm of the three Empyreans, breaking through to the 36 transformations, then I would be able to turn this universe thunderpool into a dimensional realm. But what a pity I haven't been able to make any further breakthroughs. Surpassing the 36 transformations, embodiment transformation, jumping out of the three realms, and not within the 5 elements. When Hong said, even becoming a divergent is very difficult. I don't know how the three sky sovereigns broke through, but the Dharma Saint seems to be walking a different path. I will naturally find a path that is in line with my own great Tao. My Tao is the heavenly Tao, and my mystiques are the heavenly Tao mystiques. It is not impossible for me to surpass the 3 great celestial lords. Chang Wei-yong's Taoist techniques were lofty and lofty. It's possible to surpass the 3 sky sovereigns. For example, the Xingqiang clan's 100 divine continent great techniques completely surpass the 3 sky sovereigns. If I can complete them, I could destroy a large sect with one strike. When Hong said, let's be honest, I have nothing to do, and I'm not bound by a sect. I'm not afraid of anyone taking revenge on me. If the Calm Celestial Department is in danger, I will go save Gu Qinsha. Difficult, difficult, difficult. Tai Xian shook his head. Your cultivation is advancing by leaps and bounds. I think you've reached the 32 transformations of the Tao realm. You're only one step away from becoming a saint. Once you reach the 33 transformations, you'll be a true saint. 34, 35, and 36 transformations are the steps to becoming a saint. Each realm is one step away from the heavenly Tao. With your current cultivation realm, you are indeed very powerful and can easily kill deities. However, against a minor 1,000 realm, there is no way you can contend against it. After all, it hasn't been long since you became a god, so you can't turn the minute dust world into a minor 1,000 world. It was true that when Hong had only become a god for a short period of time, although his cultivation was profound, and he was once the son of destiny, far surpassing ordinary saints, it was still impossible for him to transform his own dust world into a small kiliacosm. Naturally, he had some success in managing his own world. relying on his self-created myriad star flying immortal art. He created many planets in his microscopic world. There were also many humans living on the planets, providing him with another type of spirit force that wasn't faith. At that time, when Gu Chunsha entered his dust world, he found something unusual. This demonification is a great opportunity for me. I can hunt down the demons, devour the demon gods, and obtain their microscopic worlds. My hands are getting itchy. When Hong rubbed his palms together, he felt that the arrival of the demonification was a good thing. Chang Weiyang and Tai Xian felt the same way. If the three of us work together and form an alliance, we will definitely have the best opportunity in the demonification. We've been drooling over the demon minor 1,000 realms for a long time. Minor 1,000 realms represented the accumulation of a race over thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Chang Weiyang, Wen Hong, and Tai Xian all naturally wanted to obtain the demon minor 1,000 realms to consolidate the power of their sect worlds and advance to a medium-class world. Similarly, the demons also coveted the immortal Tao's 72 sects minor 1,000 realms. Both sides were fighting. After all, the immortal Tao represented spirituality. Spirituality and demonic nature had always been opposites. The three of them had come to an agreement to bide their time and wait for the demonification to erupt. Rumble. As the blood-red sun rose into the sky, suddenly, in the center of the divine continent, in the depths of the bottomless sea of sin in the Sin province, countless demonic clouds erupted. The demonic clouds did not spread out. Instead, they pierced through the entire divine continent like a demonic rainbow. The appearance of this demonic rainbow was an unparalleled demonic power. This demonic power was not spiritual power, but world power. When it appeared, the entire sky turned pitch black. The sun lost all its light, and all its color was stolen. Normal people couldn't see it at all. The divine continent was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. As expected, the demon disaster has erupted. When Hong could sense it, with his cultivation, he had reached the Tao realm, 32 transformations, one thought connecting to heaven. One thought connecting to heaven meant that with just a thought, everything in the world, ghosts, gods, and all sorts of changes could be sensed. One could also use this thought to communicate with the heavenly Tao and accept all sorts of thoughts, responsibilities, and restrictions from the heavenly Tao. If one's cultivation base was too strong, the heavenly Tao would place restrictions on the cultivator. For example, when a saint was in a meditative state, if he wanted to do something, but if that action would destroy the order of the world, the heavenly Tao would stop him from doing it. If he insisted on doing it, there would definitely be a tribulation. Furthermore, if an existence that destroys the order of the world appears, the heavenly Taos will send down a mission for you to stop. If you succeed, you will receive great benefits. For example, when the heavenly talisman emperor was at his peak, many experts from the immortal Tao, demon Tao, and even the devil Tao had reached the 32 transformations, one thought connecting heaven, and received the guidance of the heavenly Tao in their cultivation. They wanted to destroy the heavenly talisman emperor and the great Yong dynasty. Whoever could be the vanguard would be rewarded by the heavenly Tao. Of course, only God-level experts who had reached the level of connecting heaven with a single thought could clearly sense the missions assigned by the heavenly Tao. This was the true use of one thought connecting to heaven. What could be done and what couldn't be done? When one reached this realm, one could avoid many calamities. Of course, one's combat strength was also really strong. One thought connecting to heaven meant that one's soul was really strong and broke through some sort of barrier. One could gather world energy much faster than normal God realm experts. If one were to use the secular world as an analogy, the heavenly Tao was the emperor and the person who held the decree was naturally the crown prince. He could negotiate with the heavenly Tao at any time to obtain resources. And when one reached the 32 transformations, one thought connecting to heaven, it was equivalent to being summoned by the emperor and obtaining the emperor's decree at the first instance. It was the same for demons. The reason the devil Saint Pygmy Death Emperor wanted to launch a devil calamity was definitely because the devil Saint Pygmy Death Emperor had been summoned by the heavenly Tao. After the devil calamity, the devil Saint Pygmy Death Emperor would definitely receive a huge boost from the heavenly Tao. There was no good or evil in the heavenly Tao, and the devil race was also under its control. When the devil calamity reached its peak, it would feel that the spirit demon race had lost its balance, and would issue another mission to rid the devil calamity. This was equivalent to the emperor's art of politics. He would rope in one faction, suppress another, and use treacherous officials to suppress virtuous officials. This was to prevent the emperor's authority from being taken away by the officials. When the suppression was too great, it would incite public anger, and the treacherous officials would be killed to appease the anger, and at the same time display the emperor's might. Precisely, the emperor's art of politics was learned from the heavenly Tao of Yin-Yang. The devil calamity indeed targeted the Jingxian department first. Chang Weiyang abruptly sprung up to watch the scene on the divine land. In history, the devil calamity always erupted and spread in all directions. It definitely did not turn into a huge black rainbow that crossed the divine land and bombarded the outside of the divine land. The sky and earth were pitch black, and ghosts were wailing and gods were howling. All the living beings on the divine land, even at the border and in the sea, felt the destructive aura, as if doomsday had arrived. This black rainbow contains the power of at least 10 small kiliocosms. Tai Xuandu was a sage who had experienced many storms. However, at the sight of this scene, he was still very nervous. After all, his son was still in the sphere. The devil calamity broke out immediately. The black rainbow contained the power of over 10 small kiliocosms. Even a universe profound sect and Tai fantasy sect could not bear it. The Jingxian department did not have the accumulation of a universe profound sect and Tai fantasy sect at all. Basically, this strike would shatter them into pieces. Tai Xuandu's son, Tai Mangdi, was also among them. Besides, he even had the Tai pearl. Of course, Tai Xuandu was nervous. But this black rainbow was almost unstoppable, and no one tried to stop it. Not even the Heavenly Talisman Emperor's plan was revealed. The reason why the devil calamity attacked the Jingxian department at the first possible moment is probably because of the will of the heavenly Tao. Gu Chansha has cultivated a heavenly Tao magic, so the heavenly Tao will not tolerate him, Chang Weiyang thought to herself. However, she could no longer say it out loud. The black rainbow had already locked onto the location of the Jingxian department's sphere of common people's will. With a single strike, it tore through endless space and time and bombarded the sphere. Almost all the experts had their eyes on this place. Previously, when the Lord of Seven Stars had ascended, something like this had happened as well. However, it had been a sage who had attacked. Experts like the Black Yellow Dragon Emperor and the Black Heaven Earthgate had only probed and had been blocked by the Death Exemption Talisman. But this time was different. This time, there are many demon gods and demon sages, and they had even used the power of a small kiliocosm. Compared to last time, it was more than 100 times more powerful. The power of a small kiliocosm was already far greater than that of a sage. With over 10 small kiliocosms gathered together, and the power of hundreds of millions of demons and prayers that had been stored for years, it was basically invincible. In the demon realm, countless demons had built nethersteel fortresses and prayed to the divine Mahakasapa mantra. Finally, their prayers turned into boiling power. The final strike of this power merged with the power of a small kiliocosm. This was the Demon Heart Prison Thunder Tribulation. Chapter 571. Will the orb of people's wishes be destroyed? Will the Celestial Steadiness Department perish? At this time, almost all the powerful beings were watching the clash between the Black Rainbow and the orb. The Black Rainbow was the strongest eruption of the demons, the first release of the Devil Calamity. The curse of the multitude of demons that had accumulated for so many years, the power of the minor kiliocosm, all of this had to find a point to bear. The calming immortal department's common people's wish sphere had been the equivalent of gathering the great destiny of the world, gathering all the wishes of all living beings within it. Then, it would inevitably have to withstand the baptism of tribulation. This was something that Gu Chansha and the others had long since expected, and they were prepared for. Wu Dankong, Fa Wuxian, Gu Zhanjian, Xianin, and the others were all watching. They knew that the world had undergone a brand new change because of this strike of the Black Rainbow. The world was in chaos. The devil calamity is so powerful. This is the first attack. I wonder if the Celestial Steadiness Department can withstand it, Xianin thought. The Immortal Tao, led by the Crimson Cloud Mystic Sect, waited for the devil calamity to erupt, then launched the second attack. But now it looks like there's no need for the Immortal Tao to act. The first wave of the devil calamity isn't something the Celestial Steadiness Department can handle. In front of this attack, the Celestial Steadiness Department's sphere is nothing more than a chicken egg, while the Black Rainbow's attack is like a meteor falling from the sky. The meteor falling from the sky had struck the chicken egg. How could the chicken egg withstand it? Of course, at this time, no one went to take advantage of it. The impact was too great. Anyone who went would be affected. Even a Dharma saint wouldn't dare to take this kind of attack head-on. If any Dharma realm was hit by this kind of attack, it would end up like the Celestial Steadiness Department, destroyed and destroyed. This Black Rainbow wasn't the power of a god or a saint. Instead, it was the accumulated curses of billions of demons over the years. It was also the foundation of the minor Kiliacosm created by more than 10 demons over the past 10,000 years, and who knew how many demon gods and demon saints had joined forces. The first attack of the devil calamity would definitely be recorded in the annals of history. Wu Dankong was also very nervous. Her palms were sweating. She was prepared to go there at any time to obtain the treasures left behind by the tranquil immortal department. I never would have guessed that the first attack of the devil apocalypse would be so powerful. The celestial tranquility department better not be annihilated. If the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise are all destroyed, I won't be able to obtain anything. That would be a loss for me, Wu Dankong thought to himself. Time seemed to stop, but it passed quickly. However, at the next moment, the scene that all the Almighties had imagined did not happen. The crystal barrier of the life's wish sphere didn't resist. Instead, it suddenly opened up. This was equivalent to a bandit coming in, opening the door, and letting the vicious bandit in. This was suicide and courting death. Success or failure depends on this. Zhugia, Lu Baiwei, and the rest were still praying inside, injecting their wish power into the sphere, while Gu Qinsha was still refining the primeval dragon sex talisman. Up until the very last moment, Gu Qinsha hadn't been able to completely suppress the primeval dragon sex will. If he couldn't suppress it, then the talisman wouldn't be able to perform the stellar transposition. The inside of the sphere would have to face the devil apocalypse head-on, and they would die without a doubt. There was nothing that could save them. But now, it seemed that there really was no hope of survival. Their future paths had been severed. These people had no future. They would die without a grave. As expected, until the very last moment, I can't comprehend the 24 Tao realm transformations and peer into the future. Gu Chansha, who was furiously circulating his heaven Tao magic, could sense the destructive power of the black beam of light. He knew that everything was in his hands. The future of the Celestial Tranquility Department and the future of the entire world all depended on him. And yet, he still wasn't able to suppress the will of the primeval dragon sect. He watched as the black beam of light charged in. In just a moment, the illustrious Celestial Tranquility Department would collapse. The all-powerful Lord of Seven Stars, Lu Baiwei, Gu Huasha, and the others would all be turned to dust. This was the second time that Gu Chansha had faced death. The first time, he had truly died. He had been killed by the immortal slaying god slaying flying dagger, but it had helped him cultivate the heaven Tao magic. This was the second time, and he hadn't died yet. But in that instant, he saw his future. His life had come to an end just like that. He knew that he was dead for sure. But in that instant, he saw through his own future. His cultivation had reached the 24 Tao realm transformations, future peering. The moment he succeeded, his magic power exploded. These were all changes that came naturally to him. As his magical power rose, his psyche rose, and his cultivation base rose, he devoured the will of the Urwild's Dragon Gate talisman. The talisman rumbled under his control, and under the power of the magic of the heavenly Tao, the gigantic Urwild's Dragon Gate once again descended into the sphere. At this moment, the strength of the talisman that Gu Chunsha activated was much stronger than that of a martial emperor. He could pretty much use all of the talisman's abilities. He even seemed to have found the true location of the primeval dragon sect. The talisman that had turned into the primeval dragon sect seemed to have a suction force that started to accept the impact of the black beam of light. Okay, at this moment, Zhugeya's body turned into a dazzling star map that merged into the star-shifting formation. The power of the black beam of light could destroy gods and break saints. But now, the primeval dragon sect talisman had actually transformed it and absorbed it into the star-shifting formation. 10,000 worlds open. All changes are within my control. Zhugeya knew that this was his best chance. He used the power of the black beam of light to activate the formation and open a passageway through the chaotic flows of space and time. Originally, with the Celestial Tranquility Department's strength, summoning the world-burying coffin to receive this connate spirit treasure would require nearly all of its power. However, things are different now. With a slight star-shifting formation and the power of the black beam of light, opening a passageway through the chaotic flows of space and time was equivalent to using billions of demons, countless demonic gods, and demonic sages of the demon race, as well as the savings of more than 10 minor chiliocosms to help the Celestial Tranquility Department summon. The Celestial Tranquility Department converted this power and used it to attack the chaotic flows of space and time. Immediately, a boundless passageway opened. In the depths of the chaotic flows of space and time, the shape of the world-burying coffin appeared. The world-burying coffin was pulled along this passageway. Without any suspense, it was quickly teleported, passing through the layers of obstructions and arriving at the altar of the ball. No one could stop it, not even the Great Spirit God or the 3 heavenly venerates. This was because this summoning power was equivalent to the full power strike of the demon race. Anyone who blocked this power would die. Gu Chunsha used star-shifting formation and finally succeeded. This was extremely dangerous. It could be said to be seeking life in the midst of death. If there had been the slightest mistake, they would have been completely wiped out. The world-burying coffin was as huge as a mountain. Normally, even if one wanted to summon it, it would have taken a long time to crawl through the chaotic flows of space and time. However, the power of this demon disaster was too great. It directly pierced through the distant chaotic flows of space and time. This was equivalent to an ordinary person trying to open a path in the wilderness to transport goods. It was extremely difficult. However, it was different for a deity rank powerhouse. They could open a broad path with a snap of their fingers. After opening a passageway, the world-burying coffin used this passageway to descend into the interior of the ball. This series of changes was completed in the time it took to take a breath. The demon disaster erupted. A black beam of light rose up from the bottomless sea of sin and bombarded the life's wish sphere. Gu Chunsha comprehended the 24 transformations and peered into the future. His magic power skyrocketed, and he subdued the talisman left behind by the primeval dragon gate. He used the heavenly Tao art to activate the talisman. At the critical moment, he twisted the black beam of light, pierced through space and time, and summoned the world-burying coffin. The world-burying coffin fell into the sphere. The sphere wriggled and began to digest the world-burying coffin. The black beam of light continued to attack, but it was all distorted by the talisman of the primeval dragon gate. Instead, it became the power to refine the world-burying coffin. Originally, Even if the Celestial Tranquility Department obtained the world-burying coffin, it would have taken several years, or even decades, to refine the coffin into the sphere and fuse the two into one. But now, with the power of the black beam of light, the connate numinous treasure disintegrated almost effortlessly. First, the countless chains on the coffin were absorbed by the God of Wishes. The Tree of Wishes began to grow. The chains weren't really made of iron, but rather they were made up of laws. These laws dragged the world-burying coffin through the chaotic flows of space and time, hiding and appearing and disappearing unpredictably. After the Tree of Wishes absorbed these laws, the seal on the world-burying coffin was immediately opened. Endless brilliance filled the interior of the sphere. The first to fly out were the 7 great stars. Zhuge let out a long roar, and the Big Dipper shifting formation was activated. He actually captured the 7 great stars and fused them into his cultivation base. His thoughts fluctuated rapidly. I finally obtained the profound meaning of the ancient 7 stars. These 7 stars did not return to the heavenly Tao with the fall of Jiangongwang. They were suppressed in this coffin for 10,000 years, continuously honing themselves. They are now complete and endless. After I devour them, I can immediately transform into the 9th level of the True Dragon technique. The profound meaning of the 7 stars was once again devoured by Zhuge. He also used the power of the black beam of light from the Devil Disaster to refine the profound meaning. Waves of aura that could distort heaven and earth were transmitted from his magical power. This happened in the span of 2 breaths. Chapter 572. In just 3 breaths of time after the Devilbane broke out, not only had the Celestial Steadiness Department not perished, it had actually benefited tremendously. The world-burying coffin, which they had been plotting for a long time, had been obtained in a single breath of time. Then Zhuge had transformed into a Lord of the 7 stars, and his magic power had reached the 9th level of the True Dragon magic. He was like a 99 paragon, surpassing the limit of 95. What an enormous world inside. At this time, Gu Chansha activated the Desolate Dragon Gates talisman, transforming the power of the Demon Calamity's attack. He did his best to fuse the world-burying coffin with the sphere, combining the 2 treasures. He wanted to transform the sphere into a dimensional realm. That way, they would be able to take the initiative in the upcoming Devilbane. The Devilbane would only grow more and more intense. In the end, it would become an unstoppable calamity. Gu Chansha, Zhuge, Liu Baiyue, and the others weren't naive enough to believe that the Celestial Steadiness Department would be able to survive this calamity without a hitch. Passing the calamity and obtaining the first drop of soup was just the first bucket of gold. As the war progressed, it would most likely become a long and drawn-out war. The prologue had already been drawn. Gu Chansha could see the world inside the world-burying coffin. It was much larger than the interior of the sphere. The world-burying coffin was also a minor chiliocosm, one that was very close to a medium class one. Who knew how much power Jiangongwang had stored inside? The space inside the world-burying coffin had no mountains or rivers, no starry sky, and no living beings. Instead, it was filled with white mist. The white mist represented the reverence, fear, and obedience of the ancient people. This was the aura of the Son of Heaven. When the aura of the Son of Heaven manifested, it was white mist. As the saying goes, adding white to the king was the emperor. The depths of the world-burying coffin were filled with the aura of the Son of Heaven. It came from ancient times, and yet it had been preserved to this day. It was unknown what method Jiangongwang had used, but when an emperor abdicated, the aura of the Son of Heaven in his edicts would dissipate. One should not meddle in politics if one is not in a position. Aside from a large amount of heaven chi, Gu Chansha also saw a huge treasury floating in the air. Within the treasury, there were countless ancient treasures, all sorts of divine artifacts, large amounts of materials from the Great Desolate Era, and even extinct ancient spiritual herbs. There were simply too many of them to count. He scanned the coffin with his spiritual force, and discovered that there were many treasures in the coffin that he could not recognize. With his knowledge, it could be said that he was well-versed in both ancient and modern times. Yet there were actually treasures that he didn't recognize. It could be seen that these treasures had never appeared before. Perhaps they were secretly refined by Jiang Gongwang and many other emperors. Back then, Jiang Gongwang and many ancient emperors had carried out a top-secret plan. This plan had not been leaked out, so Gu Qinsha would not have obtained those memories. At this time, Gu Qinsha was not going to count the treasures. To him, any treasure that was useless to him could be devoured and broken down by the Tree of Wishes. Not only could it be restored in the future, but it could also raise the level of the Tree of Wishes. The enormous heaven chi and the enormous treasury formed the world within the coffin. At the bottom of the coffin lay a giant corpse. This corpse was a giant, 5,000 kilometers tall. However, he wasn't ferocious at all. Rather, he was an old man. He wore a high crown and a starry robe, simple and elegant. At a glance, one could tell that he was a peerless sage. His eyes were open, and he was looking at the top of the coffin. This was the ancient lord of 7 stars, Jiang Gongwang. Jiang Gongwang's body was actually enormous, 5,000 kilometers tall. Furthermore, it had been preserved so well. His eyes were filled with boundless wisdom, as if he could see through the essence of time and the truth of the world. Even when Gu Qinsha saw this, he didn't know if Jiang Gongwang was dead or alive. However, according to common sense, Jiang Gongwang was definitely dead. If he wasn't dead, then there should be living beings in the world within. This was because only by nurturing living beings could an unending stream of faith power, prayer power, and so on be gathered together. Only then could a minor kiliacosm advance. If Jiang Gongwang was still alive after 10,000 years, the world-burying coffin would definitely have transformed into a dimensional realm. Given his ability to operate it, there was no suspense. By this time, the wish tree's roots had completely penetrated into the world-burying coffin. Countless heaven chi was being absorbed, and the treasury was also being devoured by the wish tree. The wish tree's devouring ability was now 100 times greater than it had been a few breaths of time ago. This was because the demon race's black beam of light was acting as the driving force to activate the minor kiliacosm sphere. Then, the sphere stimulated the wish tree. The wish tree's digestion and devouring abilities were both greatly enhanced. In the blink of an eye, the world-burying coffin was wrapped up by endless roots. Even Jiang Gongwang's body was wrapped up. Heavenly Dao magic. Gu Qinsha poured the quality of the heavenly Dao magic into the corpse. Instantly, the 9,000-kilometer-tall corpse shrank. Jiang Gongwang seemed to be coming back to life, and a will was transmitted into Gu Qinsha's mind. The appearance of the heavenly Dao magic in the mortal world means that the old heavenly Dao is beginning to collapse, and a new heavenly Dao is about to be born. This era is about to be destroyed, and a new era is about to appear. The old sin and punishment, good and evil, will all disappear, and new rewards and favors, killing and destruction, will be established. However, all of this is just the beginning. Jiang Gongwang's will was transmitted into the depths of Gu Qinsha's mind. Gu Qinsha instantly felt his vast memories being transmitted, just like Chang Yuzhou. Jiang Gongwang knew that his cultivation base was the heavenly Dao magic, just like Chang Yuzhou. This was because he knew that only Gu Qinsha could rescue him in the future. After reaching the sage realm and merging with the heavenly Dao, it was extremely difficult to separate them. The vast memories were transmitted again. In an instant, Gu Qinsha received all of Jiang Gongwang's Daos, memories, experiences, and cultivation experiences. He began to comprehend them, fusing them into his mind, and rapidly divining them. As for Jiang Gongwang's 9,000-kilometer body, it suddenly stood up and spread out. Under his control, the world burial coffin began to fuse with him. The Tree of Wishes was researched by me and many ancient emperors. It mimics the true essence of the primordial tree and is the hope of humanity. Now that the devil calamity has broken out, the order of the heavenly Tao is out of control. The age of troubles is coming. You are the hope of humanity, so you must take good care of the tree of wishes. Even in the midst of darkness, the tree of wishes can bring hope to humanity. The calamity has just begun, and the road ahead is still long. Jiang Gongwang was like an elder, looking at Gu Chunsha with a gratified expression. This series of transformations was the fourth breath. Under Jiang Gongwang's control, the world burial coffin and the tree of wishes worked together to speed up the melting process, which was then sucked into the sphere. The entire coffin was like a liquid. Countless treasures and primordial treasures were disintegrated, becoming a part of the tree of wishes. Even Jiang Gongwang's own body was fused with the god of wishes. The god of wishes was getting stronger and stronger, and, of course, he was also becoming more and more similar to Gu Qinsha. From the outside, after the fifth breath, the life's wishes sphere was attacked by the black beam of light. Not only did it not collapse, but it actually expanded and began to absorb the black beam of light. Boundless power emanated from it, as though it was about to become a medium-class world at any moment. Countless existences couldn't figure out what was going on. One had to know that when the devil calamity broke out, the calm immortal bureau was on the verge of collapse. But who could have imagined that after 5 breaths, a major reversal would occur? Even ordinary God-level experts could not react in time. They did not notice the world burial coffin fusing. Because this coffin had been summoned too quickly, and Zhuge had made ample preparations. He had opened up a path with one strike. Then, the coffin had already reached the inside of the sphere and started to disintegrate and fuse. The life's wishes sphere's power naturally started to rise, especially the tree of wishes evolution. It required many materials and even the son of heaven's aura. Back then, Jiang Gongwang had wanted to create this tree with many ancient sons of heaven, so he had gathered many materials. Unfortunately, he had perished before he could forge it. These materials were naturally stored in the world burial coffin's treasury, and they could be used to strengthen the tree of wishes power. Jiang Gongwang's body had already fused with the god of wishes. The god of wishes had truly matured, and the huge tree of wishes spread out, covering every corner of the sphere. As it breathed, it produced a massive amount of world power. Marvelous, marvelous, Gu Chansha roared in his heart. The world power produced by the god of wishes is not inferior to the Wu clan's 9 god-level experts. If it completely absorbs the world burial coffin's power, it will be equivalent to 20 or more god-level experts absorbing it at the same time. It will be the same as combining the legalism school and the Wu clan. After the heavenly demon tree truly matured, after a long period of ancient brewing, it can produce 24 constellation demon gods, which is equivalent to 24 god-level experts. The Tree of Wishes was the upgraded version of the heavenly demon tree, so it was even more incredible. If the god of wishes was cultivated to the peak, it would be equivalent to 36 god-level experts condensing it at the same time. This was what happened on the 6th breath. On the 7th breath, the interior of the sphere expanded and changed. Even more spatial faults appeared, and the world burial coffin had already disappeared. It had been completely devoured by the Tree of Wishes. Moreover, the Tree of Wishes was absorbing a large amount of black rainbows, and its entire body was turning into raging rainbow-like flames. God of Wishes increased strength. At this moment, everyone in the Tranquil Immortal Department received the Tree of Wishes feedback. The rainbow-like flames burning on the Tree of Wishes supported everyone's body, causing the quality of their magic power to increase. This was the flame of hopes, the flame of wishes. When the Tree of Wishes truly matured, it would give hope to all living beings. This kind of power was similar to the Heaven Sacrificial Talisman's power, which was researched by many ancient emperors. As long as one sacrificed to the heavenly Tao and had enough emperor's aura and soul, the Heaven Sacrificial Talisman would be able to give you anything you wanted. The ancient emperors had figured out the characteristics of the Heaven Sacrificial Talisman and refine the Tree of Wishes. As long as the wishes of all living beings were strong enough, they would be able to obtain what they wanted. Chapter 573. All the previous emperors had obtained the heavenly sacrificial talisman and lost it. Almost all of them were unwilling, but they had no choice. The heavenly Tao could not be defied. Therefore, those ancient emperors studied the heavenly demon tree, the primordial tree, and the heavenly sacrificial talisman. In the end, they created the Tree of Wishes. They tried to use the Tree of Wishes to replace the heavenly Tao so that humans would not be controlled by the heavenly Tao and have their own sacrificial objects. The God of Wishes, according to the ancient emperors, could replace a certain function of the heavenly Tao. While managing the common people, it could operate good fortune and fulfill the wishes of the common people. This time, the calming immortal department completed the largest collective advancement in history. Even in the lesser divine prefecture, Jin Sueba's cultivation began to soar. He had already been refined into a natural saint by Gu Qinsha. He had broken through some of the bottlenecks in his aptitude, and his cultivation was extremely fast. At this time, in the depths of the lesser divine prefecture, a rainbow power descended, and the divine prefecture boundary of the lesser divine prefecture turned into a space. It was not a world, but a space. Even if it was a space, its defensive power was much stronger than the previous boundary. Moreover, it could lock in vital chi so that it would not leak out. Over time, the plants, living creatures, soil, and rocks in the lesser divine prefecture would all transform into strange existences. Originally, the lesser divine prefecture was about to be attacked by the immortal Tao, and Jin Sueba was prepared. But now, he saw that not only was the common people's wish sphere not destroyed, but it had also been greatly upgraded and obtained the world-burying coffin. It might even be promoted to a medium-class world. The immortal Tao Mystic Gate was originally ready to attack, but seeing this situation, they were dumbfounded. How would they dare to attack again? After 7 breaths, the power of the black rainbow actually began to weaken. The first wave of the demon disaster seemed to have been vented. This was because the first wave of attack contained the curses and prayers of billions of demons over the years. It was the most ferocious, but it had actually been blocked. This meant that the next wave should be much easier. But Gu Qinsha did not let his guard down. He sent out a thought very quickly. I can't be careless. The attack of the demon disaster will definitely not be just the first wave. Sure enough, as soon as he sent out the thought, the black rainbow suddenly strengthened, as if it was gathering its strength for the final attack. Rumble. The area within 3,000 miles of the bottomless sea of sin was originally covered with demonic herbs and had been flattened. But now, after the explosion, countless rocks flew into the sky and turned into a meteorite rain, flying in all directions. A huge amount of demonic energy poured out, just like thousands of volcanoes erupting at the same time. The demonic clouds dyed the sky black. Then, from within the demonic clouds, the demonic army rushed out and began to spread out in all directions. The formation of this demon army was majestic. They were as numerous as ants and locusts. Wherever they went, everything would be polluted and devoured. Any flesh and blood would be turned into white bones. The demon race loved fresh human flesh and blood the most. To them, this was a peerless delicacy. Their souls could also be sacrificed to the demon god and be rewarded. The Sin province had been emptied long ago, so the demon army must have missed. However, when they spread out in all directions, a golden light also shot up from the demon clouds. All the demon clouds near the golden light disintegrated and became nourishment for the golden light. And the demons in the demon clouds also became guardian Vajra the moment they touched the golden light. They floated in the golden light one by one and uttered prayers, which increased the power of the golden light itself. This was the power of the Buddha of the Human Dragon Guild. The Human Dragon Guild was stationed in the Sin province and had always been at the forefront of the fight against the demons. These days, Gu Chinch's incarnation of Fong Lin assisted Qin Han in running the business, and it was also very impressive. However, this time, the Buddha light on Qin Han had nothing to do with him. He did not inject the heavenly path technique, but the power of the Buddha's statue itself was activated. It sensed the demonic disaster. The Buddha statue seemed to be afraid that Qin Han would be destroyed in the demonic disaster, or the Buddhist sect's plan had been achieved. A tyrannical power broke through the air and entered the Buddha statue. This Buddha statue turned into a 1,000-armed Buddha, sitting in the headquarters of the Human Dragon Guild in the Sin province. It began to refine the demonic energy and purify the demons into Guardian Vajra. The Buddhist sect was the bane of demons. The ancient Supreme Buddha had even won one move against the Maha God and suppressed the ancient heavenly demon race. The Buddhist sect had the most profound techniques, and every one of them could subdue demons and turn them into Guardian Vajra. The experts of the Buddhist sect, even the disciples, had one more guardian for every demon they subdued. This guardian had been so deeply brainwashed that they could give up everything for the sake of the Buddhist Dharma. Now that the demonic disaster had broken out, it was the Buddhist sect's chance. Permitha, Golden Mountain. Gu Qinsha was suddenly on guard. He could sense that the power of the Buddha statue on Qin Han came from the depths of the space-time turbulence, from the Permitha, Golden Mountain. It broke through the air, causing the Buddha to activate and purify the demons, expanding the strength of the Buddhist sect to the front lines of defense against the demonic disaster. This Buddha had caused such a stir, and the shadow of the Buddhist sect would definitely be planted in the hearts of countless people. This was a great merit. This was an overt plot, and not even Gu Qinsha could stop it. This was because other than the Celestial Pacification Bureau, the Buddhist sect was indeed standing in front of the demonic disaster and fighting on the front lines. With such merit, it was only natural that they would establish a reputation. In fact, Gu Qinsha had also planned for this to happen. He didn't have the energy to think about such things, because the most powerful attack of the demons had arrived. They would definitely destroy the Celestial Pacification Bureau and destroy the common people's wish sphere. The second wave of black light was even more ferocious. The black light grew stronger, and it seemed like countless black demon dragons were fighting together, letting out earth-shattering roars as it attacked the Celestial Pacification Bureau again. Convert. The current Celestial Pacification Bureau was completely different from how it had been 8 breaths of time ago. Gu Qinsha's cultivation base was also rising steadily, producing earth-shaking changes. He once again used the talisman left behind by the Your Desolate Dragon Gate, combining it with the Big Dipper Shift formation, transforming it into a black light. Using the attack of the demonic disaster, he completely refined the world-burying coffin and expanded the world. When the demonic rainbow attacked for the second time, the Your Desolate Dragon Gate talisman was activated by Gu Qinsha, and its power reached its peak. It was as if this supreme, ancient item had already descended here. No matter how fierce the demonic rainbow was, the Dragon Gate could still convert it. This showed the scene of Gu Qinsha activating the Dragon Gate that he had refined to absorb all attacks. The common people's wish sphere in the minor Kiliacosm was refined in this way, and it swelled more and more. It was full of energy, and it actually showed signs of advancing. If this continued, the demonic disaster would actually help the sphere advance, instilling a huge amount of energy into it. However, in the 9th breath, the black light became more and more ferocious. The Your Desolate Dragon Gate talisman was actually unable to convert, and cracks appeared on it. After all, this was not the true Your Desolate Dragon Gate, but just a talisman left behind by the Dragon Gate. This talisman had converted many attacks, and finally, it couldn't withstand it and seemed like it was about to break. But when this talisman broke, not only did Gu Qinsha not panic, but he also revealed a look of joy. What's going on with the Celestial Pacification Bureau? It actually didn't break? Wu Dangkong, Gu Tanjian, and the others roared in their hearts. They communicated with their divine sense. After all, in a few breaths of time, there is no time to speak at all, and the exchange of divine sense could be equivalent to 1,000 words with a snap of the fingers. Damn it, that is the Your Desolate Dragon Gate talisman. Martial Emperor used it once, and the Celestial Pacification Bureau obtained it. I don't know what method they used to activate the talisman, but it actually absorbed and converted the power. They even borrowed this power to summon the world-burying coffin and fused it. Wu Donkong's divine sense roared. She simply didn't dare to believe it. Martial Emperor, you bastard, you actually sided with the Celestial Pacification Bureau and ruined my great cause. Wu Dangkong relied on the various wondrous aspects of the sacrificial heaven talisman to see many things in the common people's wish sphere. After all, her sun-moon altar could ignore all attacks and walk in another dimension. Even if there was a great calamity, it wouldn't be able to harm it in the slightest. As for the others, they didn't know what was going on. They only saw the black rainbow enter the Celestial Pacification Bureau, and then after 7 or 8 breaths, the Celestial Pacification Bureau's sphere actually didn't break. Instead, it gave birth to a rainbow-like light, and the black rainbow turned into void flames, calcining the sphere below. No matter how they looked at it, it seemed like a good thing. They were dumbfounded. Good. The little fellows of the Celestial Pacification Bureau really didn't disappoint me. Tai Xian was a saint, and he saw some of the truth. They actually obtained the Your Desolate Dragon Gate talisman, and with the help of this talisman, they converted the first wave of attack, and in an instant, with lightning speed, they summoned the world-burying coffin and fused it into the lesser Kiliacosm. Amazing. Even I have to admit that these little fellows are really amazing. Chang Weiyang's divine will also fluctuated rapidly. She was also convinced. These little fellows' methods are really intricate, and there are no loopholes at all. Moreover, no one would have been able to detect it beforehand. With the help of the devil calamity, not only did they not die, but they also obtained great benefits. That world-burying coffin fused into the Tree of Wishes, and this tree has already taken form. I think that the God of Wishes is almost equivalent to 20 deity-level experts. Once it condenses into a medium Kiliacosm, it will probably be even bigger. At most, it can be equivalent to 36 deity-level experts activating it at the same time. Wen Hong was clear about the changes in this matter. Even if many saints gathered together, it would be extremely difficult to create a medium Kiliacosm. Unless they had a huge fated opportunity, they would at most be able to stop at the lesser Kiliacosm. Just look at the experts, and you will know. And this group of little fellows doesn't have a single deity-level expert, but they can actually create a medium Kiliacosm. That is a miracle since ancient times. Chapter 574. Now that the Department of Tranquility had successfully resisted the first wave of the demon disaster and obtained the world-burying coffin, its strength had improved tremendously. It was almost about to transform the mini Kiliacosm in the sphere of people's wish into a medium Kiliacosm. The accumulation of such strength was already above that of Tai Fantasy Sect and the Universe Profound Sect. Such a change could probably rival the Profound Sect of Heaven and Earth and become an absolute overlord in the immortal Tao. Even in the demon disaster, as long as one dealt with it carefully, one might not die. More importantly, Gu Chench's heavenly great path cultivation allowed him to transform into any existence. Even the 3 heavenly venerates couldn't detect or predict him. Even if his foundation was completely destroyed, he could still hide and wait for an opportunity to retaliate. Not many sects could withstand this kind of revenge, especially against Gu Chensha. The higher his cultivation, the more powerful his concealment methods. If this person became a god-level powerhouse, he would truly be a destructive existence. Chang Weiyang estimated that if Gu Chensha became a god-level cultivator, she would not be a match for him in a one-on-one battle. The higher the heavenly way cultivation, the more terrifying its destructive power and various means would be. It was not something that the true dragon method could compare with. Although it was only one ascension, It was a world of difference. However, the only flaw was that with each increase in cultivation, Guchinch's response to the heavenly way would be more intense. It would be impossible for him to cultivate to the God level. Like those sages, he would perish and become a part of the heavenly way in the end. It would probably be much more difficult for Gu Chansha to cultivate to the God level than for ordinary fools. The Buddhist sect finally couldn't wait to take action. When Hong said, they actually stood in the Sin province and began to resist the demon army, neutralize the demonic qi, and illuminate the demons. This way, their image among the people will be completely spread, and they will accumulate faith and lay a solid foundation for their rise in the catastrophe. It seems that the Buddhist sect has a powerhouse behind them. This is a very mysterious point of entry. Letting the higher-ups of the demons attack the Department of Tranquility, the Buddhist sect will illuminate the low-level demons and turn them into guardian Vajras to provide faith. This was simply a matter of small capital and huge profits. It seems that the Buddhist sect will indeed begin to spread among the people in the future. How would the Tranquil Immortal Department respond? After all, the Celestial Tranquility Department is supporting the Human Dragon Union. Chang Weiyang saw everything clearly. With her intelligence, how could she not know what the Buddhist sect was planning? The entry point of the Buddhist sect was very good. They could establish their image and convert the devil as their foundation. Also, in the future, during the devil calamity, the Calming Immortal Department would have to support the Buddhist sect. It was impossible for them to make such a powerful enemy. In that case, the Buddhist sect would be able to spread their teachings and faith among the people, breaking the deity-less world created by the heavenly talisman Immortal Emperor. This was something that could not be helped. At least for now, the appearance of the Buddhist sect has blocked the devil calamity and reduced the pressure on the Celestial Tranquility Department. Tai Xian said, "It seems like this demon disaster is going to be like before, causing the world to bleed and the people to be wiped out. I don't think it will be possible." In the past, when the devil calamity erupted, the imperial court would collapse and devils would wreak havoc everywhere. Even the great Wu dynasty of the martial emperor would instantly collapse when the devil calamity erupted. But now, the strongest wave of the devil calamity didn't destroy the Celestial Tranquility Department. Instead, it gave the Celestial Tranquility Department an opportunity. Once they recovered, Gu Chunsha would activate the Heavenly Tao Art and cause chaos among the devils. The Primordial Dragon Sect's talisman is about to collapse. Chang Weiyang could see everything clearly. They communicated using their spiritual wills and instantly analyzed the current situation. And now, from the moment the devil calamity erupted, only 10 breaths of time had passed. Within the life's wish sphere, the Primordial Dragon Sect's talisman finally couldn't withstand it and started to crumble. Once the talisman crumbled, it would no longer be able to transform into an attack. At that time, the sphere would have to face the devil calamity head-on. However, Gu Qinsha wasn't shocked. Instead, he was overjoyed, because under the impact of the devil calamity, the talisman would crumble and he would be able to see the true essence of the Primordial Dragon Sect. He could also refine the talisman and fuse it into his body, improving his cultivation base. Bang! There was a huge explosion. Finally, the talisman couldn't take it anymore and started to crumble. As for Gu Chinch's body, he started to devour the crumbling body of the talisman. This talisman was formed from a part of the Primordial Dragon Sect source. It was equivalent to a small incarnation of this treasure. After Gu Chansha devoured it, he immediately understood many of the secrets of the Primordial Dragon Sect. In fact, he even deduced the bits and pieces of the Saint Dragonheart Sutra that he had obtained previously. It seemed like he had obtained even more mental sutras. Boom! In this 10 breaths of time, the Primordial Dragon Sect's talisman crumbled. However, the immense power of the crumbling devoured the black rainbow formed by the devil calamity, creating a vacuum. Making use of this opportunity, Gu Chansha had already absorbed the talisman into his body and refined it completely. Then his body turned into a gigantic Primordial Dragon Sect, spewing out a massive amount of dragon-nurturing chi and dragon creation chi. At this moment, Gu Chinch's strongest transformation was not the immortal slaying god-slaying flying saber, but the primordial dragon sect. Of course, in terms of killing power, the flying saber was still more tyrannical. Gu Chincha had absorbed the real saber chi, and now he had also absorbed the real primordial dragon sect talisman. He had also grasped the heaven sacrifice decree for a period of time. This way, he seemed to have fused the power of the primordial tree, the primordial dragon sect, and the heaven sacrifice decree, these three supreme treasures of the world. Because of this, countless illusory figures kept changing. Gu Chinch's combat power and magic power had increased to a terrifying level. Even Zhugaya, who had fused 2 7-star profounds, could not compare to him. Moreover, after fusing with the primordial dragon sect's talisman, his body turned into the primordial dragon sect and fused with the life's wish sphere. The entire sphere once again emitted a suction force and began to absorb the devil chi to attack. However, at this time, the devil chi was also an arrow at the end of its flight. It could no longer cause any damage to the sphere. Wong, the black rainbow-like devil chi was finally used up. However, Gu Chincha felt very regretful. If the devil chi attacked again, as the devil chi transformed, he would definitely be able to upgrade the life's wish sphere to a medium-class world. And now, the sphere was just a little bit short. Just a little bit more, and it would be able to advance and undergo the final transformation. If it could be upgraded, it would definitely be able to shock the world and make all the aristocratic families in the world not dare to move. Otherwise, when the devil disaster broke out, the aristocratic families would all become independent and kill officials and rebel. Perhaps the world would still be in chaos. However, at this time, the power of the life's wish sphere had completely surpassed all the Dharma realms. After devouring the world-burying coffin, the sphere already had a certain characteristic of a medium-class world. Sphere shrink. At the 11th breath, the devil disaster attack was eliminated, and the sphere immediately shrunk and sealed itself. It was completely hidden, making it impossible for people to figure out where it was. At this moment, the devil disaster began to spread. Endless devil clouds came out from the depths of the bottomless sea of sin to attack the Buddhist sect. All of a sudden, boundless golden light shone down from the human dragon union's territory. Within that golden light, a golden mountain could be vaguely seen. This was the power of the Permitha Golden Mountain. It seemed that the Buddhist sect had invested a lot. In order to gain a foothold and fight against the demon race, they had not hesitated to cross distant space and time to pour their power down. The moment the Buddhist sect showed its might, the entire Sin province was immediately covered in golden light. The demons that had just rushed out were all purified and turned into guardian Vajra. This blow made the demons dizzy. The devil chi shrank back and actually no longer came out. This devil disaster could be said to be a humiliation. It had directly erupted with great momentum and bombarded the Celestial Tranquility Department. Unexpectedly, the Celestial Tranquility Department had changed the stars and replaced the trees with flowers. Instead, they had obtained great achievements. Then, the devil disaster army that had rushed out, numbering in the millions, had all been purified by the Human Dragon Guild and turned into Guardian Vajra. These two blows had caused many experts of the demon race to not know what to do. Meanwhile, in the distant desert, far away from the divine central continent, the Sama Holy Empire was growing stronger and stronger under the management of Jing Qiu. This empire was located in the depths of the desert and was now filled with oases. Rivers and lakes gathered together, and lush greenery spread out in all directions. It was as if Jing Qiu wanted to turn the endless desert into Greenland. If he succeeded, he would be transforming the land and creating life, which would be a source of great karma. Jing Qiu was already standing in the sky, watching the changes in the divine continent. His eyes flickered with uncertainty. Next to him was Jing Fanqing. Jing Fanqing's cultivation base was gradually recovering. Ever since Do 19 had restored him to the level of a peerless genius, and he had even imparted some power to him, he had gained some ability. Patriarch, the devil disaster has erupted in the divine continent today. What's going on? Jing Fanqing's cultivation base was only at the level of the 10 transformations realm, which couldn't be compared to before. He couldn't see what was happening in the divine continent at all. The desert was simply too far away from the divine central continent. Back when Gu Chansha had chased Jing Qiu, it had taken him several days and nights to fly. Only someone who had cultivated magical power would be able to see things from such a great distance. In fact, one would need to reach the level of the 23rd transformation, past reflection, to be able to see the distance. But Jing Qiu was different. His cultivation base had already reached the level of the 27th transformation, the seamless gap of 2 realms. He could tear through space, and at this level, it was no problem for him to see what was happening in the divine continent. At this level, he was not far from being a god. He was a candidate for the god realm. Jing Qiu frowned. He had noticed something. Chapter 575. I'm afraid this time's demon disaster will destroy the Yonko. It won't be a matter of a day or two. It might even be a matter of a year or two. Jing Qiu sighed. As expected, the Celestial Talisman Division has great luck. They were actually able to benefit greatly from the first wave of the demon disaster. That's right. The Heavenly Talisman Emperor has been planning for so long. If the Yonko couldn't withstand the attack and collapsed, the world would bleed. Wouldn't he be inferior to a martial emperor then? What? The Celestial Talisman Division wasn't destroyed in the demon disaster? Jing Fanqing's face flashed with deep disappointment. I didn't expect this bunch of trash to be so lucky. Jing Fanqing, do you know why I built the Holy Sama Empire in this barren desert and struggled to develop its population? Why not build a country somewhere else? If it had been built in a place with mountains and rivers, I'm afraid the speed of development would have been much faster, Jing Qiu said fiercely. My lord, there are a few reasons for this. First, the desert is a barren land with no vitality. Building here and moving water and soil from other places rich in water vapor will turn the desert into an oasis. This is in line with the heavenly Tao, which means taking what's surplus and making up for what's lacking. It will heal the wounds of the entire land of infinity. This is a great merit. Second, letting the people participate in the construction in the desert will temper their will to fight against the desert. This will make the people brave, and their quality will far exceed that of the people in the rich land. Their faith will be stronger. Third, it is easier to create miracles in a barren land. This way, the patriarch's miracles can be passed down from generation to generation. Fourth, if a country is built in a rich land, development will be fast, but the population will expand. This will have an impact on the environment, and in the unseen world, it will reduce merit. And in a barren land is a wasteland. It can't get any worse. At its lowest point, it will only get better, not worse. Jing Fanqing had calmed down and worked hard in the Holy Sama Empire over the years. He had gradually understood the principles of the human world. Although he still hated the Celestial Talisman Division, he was no longer as arrogant as before. Very good. You've learned quite a lot over the years. Remember, the human world is the heavenly Tao. The power and human affairs of the human world are all in line with the changes of the heavenly Tao. Jing Qiu said, we're too far away from the central divine prefecture, and the desert is barren. Even if the devil calamity erupts, it won't affect us for a while. We can speed up our development, and at the same time, we can take advantage of the opportunity of the devil calamity to reap the greatest benefits. This devil calamity won't end so quickly. I'm afraid it'll last for decades or even centuries. I have enough time to come out of seclusion and gather resources. Don't worry, Patriarch. I will definitely manage the Holy Sama Empire well. I will respect the small and be cautious. I will develop the population and help the people. Jing Fanqing was much more serious. How is the patriarch's comprehension of the Tao of anomalies? Difficult, difficult, difficult. Jing Xiu said, originally, I thought that I would be able to comprehend the Tao of deviant very quickly, but the deeper my cultivation, the more unfathomable my comprehension of the Tao of deviant becomes. I thought that you would be able to break out in adversity and comprehend the Tao of deviant, but now it seems that I miscalculated. Fortunately, you're not fated to die. You've received the blessing of Do 19. Otherwise, you would already be dead by now. Since I'm not fated to die, then it will be the end of those bastards from the calming immortal department. Jing Xiu's chest burned with rage, but his expression was as deep as the sea. It seemed that the successive tribulations had made him mature. I will definitely surpass them. Although you've been cleansed by Do 19 and once again become an unparalleled genius, Gu Qinsha used the banishing immortals to take away all your cultivation and talent. It's difficult to make up for that. Moreover, you're eager for quick success. You've reversed time in the black gate of heaven and earth, wasting hundreds of years of your life. It's practically impossible for you to regain your previous strength, unless you have a major fortuitous encounter. Jing Qiu sighed. But since you've embarked on the path of opposing the calming immortal department, you won't lack fortuitous encounters. Patriarch, how do we develop our economy and population now? Jing Fanqing said, originally, you haven't reached the god level and can't form a world of your own, so it's impossible for you to absorb the power of faith. Even if you erect a statue, it would be a waste. You'll be able to merge with the world, but you've obtained the profound meaning of the imperial star of Myrtle. This profound meaning itself is the strongest path of an emperor. With it as a foundation, absorbing faith will automatically create a world of dust. Especially now that you've cultivated to the 27 transformations and comprehended the way of spatial transformations, as long as the power of faith is strong enough, you can completely merge with the imperial star of Myrtle and turn your talent into that of an inborn saint. The imperial star of Myrtle is indeed powerful. I've nourished it with the power of faith, which is just right. Jing Xiu said, with my current strength, I can even withstand a few blows from a god-level expert. I can escape, so there's no need to worry about my safety. You're right. The most important thing now is to develop the Holy Sama Empire's population and economy, so that the power of faith will increase dramatically. Every time I increase the population, my Myrtle Imperial Star will gain a bit more power. However, expanding the population requires food. Although I've been working hard, the land in this desert is too barren and it's hard to sustain food production. Expanding the population will be even more difficult. The Celestial Calmness Department's previous policy was to expand the population. They actually gave out heavenly dew pills. I wonder where they got so much heavenly dew. When Jing Fanqing thought of this, his heart filled with dread. The Celestial Calmness Department has countless tricks up their sleeves, and they have the support of Grand Emperor Gu Taxian of the Heavenly Talisman Empire. That's not something we can compare to. Jing Qiu suddenly flipped his palm, and a space ring appeared in his palm. It could be seen that inside the space ring, there were actually densely packed, white insects that were as thin as grains of rice. They looked like maggots, but they were crystal clear and sacred. Clan Lord, what is this? Jing Fanqing asked. It's a secret magic I acquired from the barbarians, the sun-devouring bug. Jing Qiu said, this worm is equivalent to the nutrients of 100 caddies of rice. This worm's vitality is also extremely strong. It survives by absorbing sunlight. At the same time, it eats sand and excretes fertile soil. It can be raised in the desert. I can't believe you have a godworm like that. Jing Fanqing exclaimed. Then does that mean our Holy Sama Empire will no longer have to worry about food? That's right, Jing Qiu said. Our Holy Sama Empire will be able to rely on these bugs to survive. We'll no longer have to worry about food shortages, and we'll be able to expand our population. Handing the ring to Jing Fanqing, he said, I'll leave the empire in your hands. Yes, Clan Lord, Jing Fanqing replied, his eyes filled with determination. As for Jing Qiu, he tore the space apart and went somewhere. The Celestial Designer Institute. Gu Huansha, Maha Sui Sui, and Maha Linfeng were watching with bated breath. By this point, the Devil Blight had lasted for 15 breaths of time. The three of them were communicating via divine will. Maha Sui Sui exclaimed, "I didn't expect the Celestial Tranquility Department to have such a method. They turned a crisis into a blessing, and even had the chance to turn a minor kiliocosm into a medium kiliocosm. This is simply miraculous. It's impossible to fathom. It's not just a chance, it'll definitely become a medium kiliocosm," Gu Huansha said. "They actually summoned the world-burying coffin with lightning speed. I'm afraid many of the heavyweights didn't even have the time to react. That Zhuge has devoured the ancient 7 stars. I wonder what level his cultivation will reach. I'm afraid the quality of his magic power won't be too far off from the Dharma Saint. This Devil Blight has been accumulating for the longest time. When it erupts, it will be the biggest. However, it will cause the least damage. It's a joke." Maha Linfeng said, "The Celestial Tranquility Department gave it a head-on blow, and the Buddhist sect gave it another blow. The first and second waves of the Devil Blight have been stopped, but the Buddhist sect definitely won't be able to hold on for long. The Buddhist sect will definitely not guard the edge of the bottomless sea of sin and bear the attacks of the Devil Blight alone. Even if the Supreme Buddha is resurrected, he won't be able to fight against the entire Devil Blight. The Imperial Court has gained the upper hand in the battle between the spirits and demons. It's just like taking a breather for a moment. The following Devil Blight might be even fiercer. You must know that the ancient heavenly devil race hasn't appeared yet. As expected, the Buddhist light in the Sin province is starting to dissipate. In the spiritual fluctuations of the three experts, their eyes could see through time and space. Each of their cultivation was at the 29th transformation of the Tao realm, perceiving chaos. They were only a step away from becoming God realm experts. In their eyes, the largest black rainbow was absorbed and defeated by the Celestial Tranquility Department after more than 10 breaths. The Devil Race army and devilish chi that erupted from the bottomless sea of sin were also purified by the Buddhist sect. Millions of demons turned into Guardian Vajra. The Devil Race seemed to have been beaten senseless. The Devil Blight and the Devil Race army retreated one after another. The Buddhist light of the Buddhist sect didn't follow up with another attack. Instead, it abruptly dissipated. Then, all the Guardian Vajra were sucked into the Buddhist light, as if they were sucked into a tiny world. Obviously, the Buddhist sect knew when to stop. Otherwise, the Buddhist sect definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the next attack. Bang! Suddenly, thousands of devilish chi erupted from the depths of the bottomless sea of sin again. Each devilish chi seemed to contain some experts of the Devil Tao. They descended towards the various provinces of the Yonko, as if they were going to cause chaos everywhere. This was the Devil Race's plan. They didn't need an army to attack. Instead, they sent experts to stir up chaos in the world, causing panic and destruction of order. Then they would attack. On the Iron Mountain of the Legalism School, the Dharma Saint had his hands behind his back as he looked at the situation of the world. Beside him stood a few young talents of the Legalism School. They were all discovered and promoted by him after he was resurrected. Although they weren't as good as F.A. Wuxian, they were still peerless geniuses. The 7th Prince, Gafasa, was also among them. He was the leader of the young talents. Chapter 576. Calming Celestial Department has huge luck, and it won't be easy to wipe them out. The Dharma Saints saw through everything. These are all things that Heaven Talisman Emperor laid out, and they are quite amazing. Fascia, do you want to rule the world? Dharma Saint, of course, I want to rule the world. The world itself is mine, and my mother is the Empress. The 7th Prince Gafasha had been extremely sullen these years. Before the 14th year of Heavenly Talisman, he was one of the most outstanding princes. The throne was about to fall into his hands. But 14 years later, Gu Chunsha suddenly rose up, and then Gu Zhanjian received the support of a major figure. After that, Wu Dankong entered the royal court, and the heavenly talisman sovereign sent out an imperial edict, making Glyph the crown prince. The series of changes that followed were simply changing with each passing day. The once famous seventh prince, Glyph, had been completely eliminated. He could only slowly manage his own fief. He had once wanted to develop his own faction, but after struggling for a long time, he realized that the gap between him and the others was widening. It was now the 27th year of the heavenly talisman. In the past 10 years, he had lived an extremely useless life. However, not long ago, he had been summoned by the warlock saint to guide him in his cultivation. Now, he was filled with ambition again. Very good. The world will be in chaos, and the imperial court will be uneasy. This is another chance for you. Of course, the Dharma saint would nurture Glyph. After all, Glyph had his own bloodline, and this way, he could study Heaven Talisman Emperor's bloodline. What I need to do? Glyph asked humbly. Dharma saint, you are an ancient saint and also my ancestor. No matter how hard I work, I can't even compare to a puppet from Calming Celestial Department. How can I take over the world? Calming Celestial Department's puppet common people's generals shocked the world. Each common people's commander's cultivation was at Tao Realm Transformation 23, past reflection. Moreover, they were at the 5th stage of the True Dragon technique, and their strength could compare to the ancient emperors. This meant that a common people's commander's cultivation was the same as a saint at the 23rd stage. Moreover, it was a top saint. There were no less than 360 such great commanders of the common people in the Calming Immortal Bureau. This situation made the 7th prince, Glyph, despair. He knew that even if he cultivated for his entire life and had numerous fortuitous encounters, he couldn't compare to a common people's general. In this way, even the strongest person would be discouraged. General common people's situation was a coincidence. Even I couldn't refine it, so it's impossible for Calming Cien Department to refine the same thing. The Dharma saint said, however, puppets are puppets after all. The wish power generated from the prayers of the common people marshal is far from being a natural saint. They're just like normal people. They don't have the ability to cultivate themselves. If their master's cultivation doesn't improve, they won't improve at all. This was the drawback of puppets. Generally speaking, puppets did not have spirituality, which meant that they did not have self-awareness. If they had self-awareness, then they would no longer be puppets but demons. Therefore, although puppets could do many things, the faith generated from prayers was extremely weak. Some powerful puppets were even inferior to ordinary people. If not, God realm experts didn't need to build living countries or spread religions. They could just directly create puppets. The reason why living beings were living beings was because they had spirituality. Soul power was where the soul was and was an important source of energy in the world. Puppets didn't have such things. Glyph didn't dare to interrupt and just listened quietly to the Dharma saint's explanation. I will teach you the method of cultivation and help you improve your cultivation. I can also use my own mana to help you cleanse your body, condense your primordial spirit, and reform your body. But these are all minor details. The most important thing is for you to understand your bloodline. The Warlock Saint suddenly pointed his finger, and an extremely strong magic power surged. It was accompanied by the condensation of a spatial world. Finally, it turned into a microscopic world the size of a soybean. Sky-fixing bead. At this moment, the Dharma Saint spread his sleeves, and a bead appeared, which then integrated into this dust world. He sighed and said, "This sky-fixing bead is an innate spiritual treasure. It was created in the chaos when the world was created. It could stabilize time and space and slow down the speed of creation and destruction of worlds. You couldn't operate or use this small dust world that I created at all. Therefore, you can stabilize it with the help of this sky-fixing bead. You can hold this dust world and spread the legalism system that I impart to you rapidly in your bounty land. Naturally, the power of order and laws will be absorbed into this dust world, and you will gain great benefits. Pitifully, the power of this sky-fixing bead is less than 1% of the power of Tai bead. If Tai Fantasy Sect could fully exert the power of Tai Bead, Tai Heavenly Palace would have long become a medium-class world. Now, Tai Bead is gradually developing its power in the tranquil, immortal department. They want me to establish my belief. However, my father has long destroyed the Hieron's temple. There's no God in the world. If I do that, Gafasha was not an idiot. He was a bit hesitant. Idiot, belief is belief. Power of will is power of will. Order is order. Laws are laws. They are all extracted from people's hearts. People's hearts could be demons, immortals, or even deities with a single thought. Just like the chaos, the world is going to be in chaos. The tranquil immortal department is spreading his own theory. He declares that the heavenly Tao is deficient and needs to be mended by common people. The heavenly Tao is sinful and needs to be revolted. It's not strange for him to have such a great achievement. But after all, it is just a slogan. There are no practical actions to support it. I have a scroll of the laws of the world here. I wrote it recently, and there are various laws in it. As long as you let your subordinates learn and read it, the power of the laws of order will naturally gather in your dust world. The Warlock Saint gave another jade slip to Glyph. Yes, sir. Glyph could not understand the dust world at all. He could only listen to the Dharma Saint when it came to believing in people's hearts. Dharma returns to truth. Dharma returns to void. Dharma returns to rainbow. Dharma returns to east. The four of you will assist the seventh prince and create a new order, the Dharma Saint ordered. Yes, sir. The four young disciples all obeyed the order. Even though the school of legalism originally had 13 patriarchs who had many branches and countless factions, now that the Warlock Saint had returned, basically all the factions were silent. This was because the Warlock Saint was the absolute patriarch. He was the supreme patriarch who had established the foundation of the faction. Ever since the Dharma Saint had returned, the school of legalism had become unprecedentedly united. Go! The Dharma Saint waved his hand and immediately split open space-time. He sent the disciples and Glyph to their own fiefdoms in the wildlands. Lord Dharma Saint, how should we deal with the current situation? The calming celestial department and the Buddhist sect actually stopped the large-scale explosion of the demon disaster. But what will happen next will be a long and drawn-out battle. Should we start to spread the laws that the Dharma Saint comprehended after his rebirth? At that moment, an old man appeared on the mountain peak and bowed towards the Dharma Saint. This old man was actually at Saint Realm. This person was the original top ancestor of the school of legalism, the Dharma energy sacrifice. He was originally at God Realm, but after the Dharma Saint returned, he used all sorts of methods to suddenly break through to Saint Realm, which was the Tao Realm 33 transformations. Originally, only those with natural talent could break through to Saint Realm. But there were always exceptions, especially after the return of the Dharma Saint. His own realm could compare to the 3 celestial venerables. With the help of the Dharma Saint, the Dharma energy sacrifice was able to break through and comprehend it. Dharma energy sacrifice. Have you sensed the changes in the Tao of Heaven? Has the order started to loosen and collapse? If not, you wouldn't have been able to break through to the Tao Realm 33 transformations and Inner Saint Realm. The Dharma Saint didn't reply, but asked instead, Lord Dharma Saint, with my weak cultivation, the difference between us is like the clouds and mud. The Dharma energy sacrifice said that calming celestial department actually summoned the world burial coffin and merged it into it. Now, the common people's wish sphere has accumulated more than all our Dharma worlds, and it might become a medium-sized world at any moment. Our legalism has to improve quickly to be able to suppress the situation. That's a good idea, so I'll let Glyph spread it first. His land is in the wilderness and it borders the barbarian race. Gu Changjian also wants to become the ruler of the wilderness. When the time comes, we will work together to spread my laws and create an undying iron law. You're right, Jingxian Sea Sphere already has the foundation of a dimensional realm, and the accumulated energy has reached perfection. But In order to become a dimensional realm, that is not something that can be done with sufficient energy. There must be an extremely great lucky chance. It must be known that for a minor dimension to become a dimensional realm, it is absolutely more difficult than breaking through the 36 transformations. Even if one reached the boundary of the 3 Empyreans, it would still be impossible for them to easily transform a minor dimension into a minor dimension, and it is even more impossible for them to transform a minor dimension into a dimensional realm. The Dharma saint said, now that calming celestial department sphere is fattened up, it will have a way to absorb all our Dharma worlds. When the time comes, all our Dharma worlds will surpass the Black Heaven Earth Gate. Lord Dharma Saint's schemes are far beyond this disciple's reach. What does disciple need to do now? Do I still need to activate the spirit demon plan with the demons? The Dharma energy sacrifice asked. The spirit demon plan is only one part of my plan. It is used to ally with the demons. As long as the demons occupy half of the divine continent, the spirit demon plan can be activated. The Dharma Saint's calculations were profound. Every time the demons invade, they can't take over the world. In the end, they inevitably fail. That's because the demons have no order. In the end, they kill each other and are swept away by the immortal Tao. In times of chaos, heroes and ambitious people take advantage of them. My spirit demon plan is to establish order for the demons and break the cycle that has existed since ancient times. Spirit and demon unite. Such a structure can truly establish a foundation for all ages. Chapter 577. The devil race wants to reorganize themselves, but it's not like they're going to lay down their banners and stop their drums. What they're doing now is spreading out in all directions, harassing and plundering in an attempt to drag down the imperial court and tire it out. The Dharma saint watched as the hundreds and thousands of strands of black chi descended throughout the entire central divine prefecture. A large-scale advance is also in the works. The Buddhist sect has withstood the first wave of attacks and has begun to retreat. Next, the imperial court will probably mobilize the army to defend the front lines outside some province. The demon race has a huge advantage over the humans, and that is their numbers. In the past, when a demon disaster broke out, our aristocratic families and the profound immortal Tao sect would immediately join forces with the imperial court to resist it. But now, I'm afraid that won't happen. He could take advantage of the devil disaster to destroy the imperial court and the Celestial Tranquility Bureau. This is the flaw of the great Yonko. Gu Taxian is too domineering, causing the wrath of both men and gods. That's right. He doesn't know what's good for him. Not only did he seal the evil gods, he also sealed a large number of righteous gods. In history, every time a demon disaster breaks out, those righteous gods are the vanguard. Right now, he's gone into secluded meditation. He's relying on the puny calming immortal department and a few brats who haven't even become gods to think they can stop this devil onslaught. What a joke. In the midst of the devil calamity, the Celestial Pacification Department's current strength cannot be underestimated. But if they want to save all living beings in the world and dominate the general trend, then that's far from enough. It's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. If I were the Celestial Tranquility Bureau, I would immediately take away a large number of people and avoid the Central Divine Prefecture. I would develop my business far away and wait until the Divine Prefecture is in complete chaos. But these little fellows have brainwashed others, and they've unwittingly brainwashed themselves as well. They really think that they can mend the flaws of the heavenly Tao and change the heavenly Tao's mandate. They don't know when to advance or retreat, and they'll definitely fall. The Dharma saint sighed. You go ahead and make your preparations. Although the demons are working with the school of legalism, you can't go easy on them. I've decided on a strategy for the school of legalism. Now that the legalist disciples are out, they can go around killing demons and winning over the hearts of the people. I don't think the imperial court will dare to say anything. Spread the word that only the law province is safe with the arrival of the devil calamity. Let all ambitious people come to the law province. If that's the case, wouldn't the population of the Dharma province be bursting at the seams? Wouldn't that destroy the order we originally established? Fa Yuan said, although the Dharma province is large, it can't accommodate all the people in the world. We'll use this as an excuse to expand to other provinces. Our legalism will be able to occupy several other provinces. What I need is a sensational effect. When the hearts of the world are shaken and everyone is panicking, the actions of the legalism will be like how the Buddhist sect withstood the demonic calamity. It will make the people of the world grasp onto the last straw of hope. We must create an atmosphere where our legalism is the savior of the world. Once such an atmosphere is created, all of our legalism's law realms will receive the loyalty of the world and become a dimensional realm without any difficulty. The Dharma saint's words were all calculated. Also, go and discuss with the Pygmy Death Emperor to release more demons to burn, kill, and plunder in China. The more chaotic the world is, the more people will think about our legalism's laws. Don't worry, my lord. We will carry out these plots. Our legalism operates on the ancient yin and yang. We must carry out both covert and overt plots. Fa Yuan Ji understood what the Dharma saint meant. All of you, manage all the Dharma realms. Hurry up and upgrade them. You must upgrade them before the Beijing Celestial Bureau. This is a great undertaking, and there is no room for sloppiness. The Dharma saint reminded again, in the instant that all the Dharma realms upgrade to a dimensional realm, I will personally take action to deal with the hope of the people's sphere. If the sphere upgrades to a dimensional realm at that time, it will be very difficult to deal with. Yes, Fa Yuan Ji bowed deeply. Who will take over this vast and boundless divine province? The show has just begun. The three heavenly venerables are busy absorbing things from the primordial mist tree. The great spirit god is busy devouring the sorcerer ancestor. Xing Qiangshi is licking his wounds, and the immortal master is setting up the Heavenly Designer Institute and the Eternal Demon Clan. The ancient Heavenly Demon Clan is not plotting any major upheaval, and those true gods that have been sealed have not come out. If the heavenly axiom retaliates and breaks Gu Taxian's seal, all the true gods will appear. That will be the real excitement. The Dharma saint looked at the divine continent, then looked at the sky. Then his figure flashed and disappeared. The demon disaster has appeared, and the world is in turmoil. Those reincarnated stars should be appearing soon. Take them all into the legalism school and let them study my book of laws of the world. They will be given the title of truth. That is the real fortune. The faith of the reincarnated stars is the real deal. At the Beijing Celestial Bureau, the hope of the people's sphere. A few hundred breaths had passed since the demon disaster. The interior of the sphere had stabilized, and all the backbones had received great benefits. The world-burying coffin had been completely devoured by the Tree of Wishes. Now, the God of Wishes on the Tree of Wishes, apart from looking exactly the same as Gu Chensha, was 9,000 li tall. It was the same size as Jiangongwang. It sat cross-legged at the top of the Tree of Wishes. Every time it inhaled and exhaled, it would absorb the power of the space-time turbulence and turn it into world power. Moreover, every time it circulated its magic power, endless chaotic aura would descend and be absorbed into the Tree of Wishes. Many fruits hung on the branches of the Tree of Wishes. These fruits had not yet taken shape, and they could be forged into various existences according to Gu Chencha's will at any time. There is also a pair of rainbow-colored wings on the back of the God of Wishes. They were more than 10,000 li long and wide, and with a slight flap, they could bring about a huge space-time storm. The God of Wishes is now equivalent to at least 20 deity rank powerhouses, and there's still room for improvement. When it finally refines the power left behind by the world-burying coffin, it will definitely mature and become 36 deity rank powerhouses. Zhuge Ye had already woken up from his meditation. After a few hundred breaths of time, the Beijing Celestial Bureau finally passed the first tribulation. Zhuge Ye knew what had just happened. He opened his eyes, and suddenly 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes. These beams of light directly tore through space, and they possessed immense destructive power. You actually rose by 2 realms directly, from the 25 transformations of the undying body to the 27 transformations of the seamless realm. Gu Qinsha was a little stunned. He had only risen by 1 realm, but Zhuge Ye had actually broken through the most difficult barrier to break through. I've fused 2 7-star profound meanings, and am now at the 9th level of the True Dragon technique. Zhuge Ye said, "It's a pity that the demon disaster doesn't attack us anymore. Otherwise, if it comes again, we can borrow this power to completely transform it into a dimensional realm and suppress the area." I've once again activated the Emperor's bloodline and cultivated to the 25 transformations, the undying body. Lu Baiyue's body turned into a flame, and within the flame, she floated out. And at this time, the 4th had actually cultivated to the same realm. He was also at the 25 transformations, the undying body. This time, it was the biggest breakthrough. The digestion of the world-burying coffin. The countless treasures within were all refined, and the power of wishes was extracted. General of the common people. Gu Qinsha summoned slightly, and instantly 360 general of the common people appeared. These general of the common people improved along with him, and actually transformed into the 24 transformations, the future peaking realm, and advanced once again. With these 360 general of the 24 transformations, suppressing the world and eliminating the demon disaster, their chances were much higher. There were 2 huge waves of devil disasters. The first wave was blocked by us, and the second wave was blocked by the Buddhist sect. However, there are still thousands of devil chi that have landed in the 99 prefectures with many experts of the devil race. Gu Qinsha said fiercely, "This is what our calming celestial department needs to do next. Of course, the most important thing is to increase our own strength and turn the minor kiliacosm into a minor kiliacosm. This crucial change has to be quick, and we have to surpass the Dharma Saint. Or is it because my cultivation realm is too low, only at the 24 transformations? If I cultivate to the God realm, I might be able to directly push it forward. We have to deal with the demon disaster as soon as possible, and kill those demons as soon as possible. This isn't something a normal army can do, so we have to send out experts. The general of the common people can roam the world." Zhuge Ye said, "With the current strength of a general of the common people, they can even suppress and kill demons of the 26 transformations." The general of the common people had reached the future peaking realm. They were at the 5th stage of the True Dragon technique, and they could cross 2 realms to kill demon race experts. Every 3 general of the common people could patrol province. We aren't afraid of the scattered demon race experts, and we can easily clear them out. We don't even need to do anything. The experts of the people can kill them. Lu Baiyue nodded her head. What about those aristocratic families? Will they use the demon disaster to attack? The Dharma Saint will definitely cause trouble. The 4th said, "He isn't afraid of our calming celestial department at all. I even feel that he might personally come to snatch it after seeing that we are about to become a medium-grade world." Of course, the Dharma Saint will definitely come to an agreement with many of the demon race in order to stir up chaos in the world. He might even help the demon race to harm the world. This person isn't fit to be a saint, but the legalists are just like that. They don't have good or evil, and they just maintain their own order. The legalists developed from the school of Yin Yang, and they use schemes and schemes, so they're the hardest to deal with. Gu Qinsha laughed coldly. However, the Warlock Saint wants to covet my small kiliacosm, the sphere of people's will. I still want to covet all of his Dharma realms. He definitely wants to advance before me, but I have enough confidence. Before him, I will suppress all the aristocratic families. I will use the legalists as a model to shock all the aristocratic families. Prince, do you have any ideas? To let our sphere quickly advance to a medium-grade world? Zhuge Ye asked. After Gu Qinsha absorbed the primordial Dragon Gate talisman, he had become even more profound. Even if Zhuge was the Lord of the Two Stars, he still couldn't see through his changes. Chapter 578. The Martial Emperor established the Great Wu Dynasty. At that time, the Martial Emperor used his Tao realm 36 transformations to suppress many aristocratic families. He used the Dragon Transformation Pagoda to gather the hearts of the people. He attacked desolate continent and expanded his territory. He made the four seas submit to him. The Martial Emperor fell, but his achievements were recorded in history and had never been erased. Now that he had revived, there had to be a huge reason behind it. Gu Chunsha had obtained the ancient desolate Dragon Gate's talisman and refined it into his body. He had obtained all of the Martial Emperor's secrets. The Martial Emperor's cultivation base could be said to have come from the ancient desolate Dragon Gate. His resurrection also came from Gu Chencha's bloodline. So now that Gu Chunsha had obtained great achievements, he was very clear about the Martial Emperor's movements. The Martial Emperor himself was an anomaly. If he was captured and suppressed in the people's wish sphere, he would be able to form a medium-sized world before the Dharma Saint. After obtaining all of the memories of the Lord of Seven Stars, Gu Chencha's knowledge was above that of the Dharma Saint. Of course, his cultivation was worlds apart from the Dharma Saint's. After all, his cultivation was only at the Tao realm 24 sides peek into the future. His magic power was more than 10 times stronger than before. Moreover, his absorption ability, conversion ability, and resistance ability were all incomparable to before. This was because he had absorbed the primordial Dragon Gate talisman. The effects of this talisman were even more amazing than the celestial slaying, god-slaying flying knife. After all, the primordial Dragon Gate was one of the 3 supreme treasures along with the Hongmeng tree. The celestial slaying, god-slaying flying knife was just a gourd formed by the Hongmeng tree. Hongmeng tree, heaven's sacrifice talisman, primordial Dragon Gate. These 3 treasures that had been passed down since ancient times represented a deep truth and luck. At this moment, after Gu Chunsha absorbed the talisman, even a deity-level expert wouldn't be able to kill him. He could easily escape. Even if he didn't use his minor Kiliacosm, Gu Chunsha could still use his heavenly Tao arts to activate the all-encompassing destruction rod's abilities and break through everything. In the past, even though his dermic powers were strong, he could not maintain the staff for long. Now that he had swallowed the primeval Dragon Gate's talisman, he could wield it as he pleased. He could even activate the many mysteries of the staff. The all-encompassing destruction cudgel was extremely destructive. In the hands of the Hercules god, it could even destroy a true god's divine kingdom. Originally, the Titan god had forged this staff in preparation for the divine war to destroy the enemy's divine kingdom. The divine kingdom of a true god was much sturdier than the minute dust world of an ordinary deity. Of course, even a divine kingdom of a true god could not compare to a dimensional realm. If a true god wanted to promote their divine kingdom to the scale of a dimensional realm, they would need countless years of hard work. As far as Gu Chunsha knew, among the true gods, only the god of Maha had turned his divine kingdom into a dimensional realm. Of course, there was also the Great Spirit God. However, the Great Spirit God's divine kingdom had been destroyed. Because of this, he had escaped the seal of the heavenly talisman Great Emperor. Now, he was together with the sorcerer ancestor. He wanted to devour the sorcerer ancestor to obtain another advancement. Even if it was the demonic ape of chaos, his divine kingdom was still a minute dust world. Gu Chunsha had not integrated the all-encompassing destruction cudgel into the Tree of Wishes. In fact, not only was it easier to use, but it was also not very useful for the construction of the world. It was purely used for fighting and destroying. Moreover, Gu Chunsha had discovered the secret of this cudgel. He was going to integrate this cudgel into his own body to strengthen the changes of his body. With the unity of man and cudgel, he could use the operation of the heavenly law to achieve many abilities that could be achieved in different realms. For example, the all-encompassing destruction cudgel could break through time and space. If Gu Chansha could achieve the unity of man and cudgel, he could tear through space and arrive at another place. That would be equivalent to the cultivation of the 27 transformations, seamless space between. However, for the 27 transformations, he still needed to find the spatial coordinates. Only then could he tear through space and teleport. Gu Chinch's cultivation was still not up to par. He needed to cultivate to the 26 transformations, 10,000 techniques return to one, before he could grasp it. Otherwise, he would not be able to teleport successfully. He would be swept into the endless space-time turbulence, directly getting lost or dying. Although he had devoured the dragon's sex talisman, ordinary space-time turbulence could not do anything to him. However, if he got lost, it would be very dangerous. Open. Gu Chinch's body transformed into a ball of light. Within this ball of light, many scenes appeared. Finally, it reached the depths of the sea. There seemed to be a cave abode. That cave abode was like a crystal palace. It was constantly revolving, and the martial emperor was in the crystal palace. It was unknown what he was doing. This is the crystal dragon palace of the monster race leader. Zhuge took a look and knew that Gu Chansha had divined where the martial emperor was. The martial emperor was an anomaly, and he had reached the 31 transformations of Dao realm, creation of the void. Even Zhuge, you couldn't deduce where he was. However, Gu Chansha was actually able to do so. One reason was because Gu Chinch's Heaven Path technique was special. The second reason was that the martial emperor revived. Due to Gu Chinch's bloodline and the fact that Gu Chansha swallowed the dragon's sect talisman, even if the martial emperor ran to the ends of the world, he wouldn't be able to escape Gu Chinch's pursuit. The crystal palace where the martial emperor was actually the nest of the monster race leader, Black Dragon Sage. Li Wanlong of the nest of 10,000 dragons was in front of him. The monster race Holy Land was called Lion Camel Mountain, and the monster race leader was called Lion Camel Sage. Before the Lion Camel Mountain, it was called the Sky Pung World. The master was Sky Pung Sage, a giant pung bird. It was rumored that this bird cultivated the heavenly demon tree and built his nest in the heavenly demon tree. He escaped into the chaotic flow of time and space and became the Sky Pung World. Before the Sky Pung World was the Crystal Dragon Palace. The master was an underwater black dragon called Black Dragon Sage. He belonged to the water race. The demons in the sea were much more numerous than those on land. Before the Crystal Dragon Palace, there was the wonderful, fragrant fox country. Its master was a nine-tailed fox called Great Sage Sweet Fox. It was rumored that Ant, who was the sister of Sweet Fox Sage. Now, the martial emperor was actually in the Crystal Dragon Palace. He seemed to have found some kind of treasure. Gu Qinshan knew that the martial emperor had many arrangements under the sea. For example, when the martial emperor was resurrected, he obtained his bloodline in the ancient dark underworld underwater palace. From there, he refined all the treasures in the entire underwater palace and turned them into his body. The martial emperor came to give us treasures. If he wasn't the martial emperor, how could we find the Crystal Dragon Palace left behind by the ancient Black Dragon Sage? Zhuge immediately started divining. Whoosh! At this time, Gu Chansha had already turned into a beam of light. Under the effect of the sphere, he disappeared without a trace. He directly used the sphere's power to teleport to the bottom of the sea. The power of the sphere could be said to be remarkable, far surpassing that of a sage. The world-burying coffin contained countless treasures. The Son of Heaven's aura accumulated over countless years, and the coffin itself were all integrated into the Tree of Wishes to strengthen the sphere's power. Gu Chansha casually used it to lock onto the martial emperor and teleport him there. There wasn't even the slightest ripple. It was unknown which deep sea it was, but in the depths of a trench that was 10,000 li deep, countless underwater veins formed a natural formation. There were densely packed whirlpools everywhere, as if they were connected to another world. In the undercurrents at the bottom of the sea, there were even hidden spatial cracks. In such a perilous situation, Only divine-level experts will be able to reach this place. In the center of this trench, a huge crystal city with a circumference of 100 li appeared. This was the Crystal Dragon Palace. This Crystal Dragon Palace seemed like it could move at any time. It would only stay here for a short time. This crystal city was only staying here to absorb the veins here. Gu Qinsha arrived at this place. He instantly saw the majestic Crystal Dragon Palace. Then, he looked around and saw the trench. It was actually a natural soul returning formation in the Thousand Dragon Sea. This formation was formed by the movement of the seabed's crust. It naturally gathered the earth energy in the sea. After countless sea creatures died, their souls would not dissipate. Instead, they would be absorbed and gathered by this formation. If no one cared for it for thousands of years, then this formation would give birth to peerless evil spirits. However, it seemed like the Crystal Dragon Palace was absorbing the earth energy and soul returning force here. Gu Qinsha's body flashed, and he entered the Crystal Dragon Palace. There was a person standing at the periphery of the Dragon Palace. It was the Martial Emperor. The Martial Emperor's face was very gloomy, as if he was filled with monstrous hatred. This hatred was endless, as if he wanted to tear someone apart. Wu Dankong, you actually dared to steal my desolate Ian's Dragon Gate talisman. I will never let you off. The Martial Emperor suddenly roared. Gu Qinsha heard him. Ha! The Martial Emperor still thinks that Wu Dankong stole his talisman. It's no wonder. The demon disaster has only erupted for a few hundred breaths. Moreover, the Martial Emperor is deep in the trench. He can't sense that the world outside is turned upside down. Gu Qinsha laughed to himself. However, all this was not important. He had to suppress the Martial Emperor and race against time. He had to upgrade the sphere before the Dharma Saint. This was the most important thing. Otherwise, the world would be in a different situation. The large-scale demon disaster had already been suppressed. There were only small-scale demon race experts killing and looting among the people. It did not affect the big picture. The only big picture was that the common people's wish sphere had to become a medium-class realm. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.